Ternytsky. Welcome to the stage.
Hello? Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Nick, and
Yuri, and by the way, where is Stan?
I don't know, we're missing one.
Okay.
QA.
You'll join us in a few minutes.
That's awesome.
Do you want to start? We didn't practice this.
Yes, actually, yes, but anyway, Nick, thank you for being here, and guys, thank you for taking part in this challenge. It was a very complicated exercise, by the way, because when I was reviewing this, I was like, wow, what a great job you all did. However, actually, I noticed a lot of things that could be improved, and but I would start with the how would I say it, with the bad things you did. First of all, the majority of you did the user research, even though it was quick and dirty, the guerrilla research. So people start Googling whatever they can Google, even though some of the participants interviewed like the target audience, like representatives. It was like, wow, for such like small period of time, there were like a few user interviews conducted. Like guys, that's great. Seriously. However, what I noticed in all the presentations, both in the online round and this, like final, is that, how would I say it, like, there are two types of decks. So me as a public speaker, I usually make decks, like, and I'm talk through these slides. That's the one part of the deck. And the second part of the deck is when I'm doing something expecting that nobody is going to hear my speeches. So in this case, I'm trying to make it, I'm trying to convince the person, like the reader, with the most important key points there. And that what I notice here is that like some of the decks, I wouldn't say some of the decks, but most of the decks were lacking this kind of a structure, the problem, the solution, the next steps, or the outcomes, or what, so what, now what, so something like this. Because in this case, guys, when you are going to present this, your solutions to stakeholders or even to venture capitalists, guys, like they will, like, they live in the environment where, like, explain me it in 5 seconds or I'm out of here. So in this case, these presentations should be very, like, persuasive and easy to read and easy to catch up, like, what actually is the solution. So some sort of an elevator pitch would be beneficial both for you as the designers and both for us as, like, judges, or if you're going to like share such presentations to some sort of stakeholders or wherever else.
Can I jump in for the last 40 seconds of our
yes, please go ahead. Sorry.
running here. One thing I just wanted to mention, I agree everything you said. That's one thing that I was looking at is that we have a unique, especially for the second round here, we have a unique target audience. We have vets, combat vets coming back. I think you need to look at the user to build to understand the user's problem. A lot of emphasis was focused on desk research, on a lot of competitive analysis, which I think this was not the best place for. You need to understand the problem before you can actually solve it. So that's the main thing that I was looking for. But I have to say that the quality of things, I was a judge last year. The quality of the projects was much better this year. It's amazing. The last year they were great, but these ones, there was much more thought put into it, which I think was really cool. The other thing, I was really impressed with the couple of entries that did, or at least faked, the user research. And in the short amount of time, I don't care if it's real or fake, given that it was only 9 hours. Excuse me, I have a cough. But anyway, I think we're done here. So it was great. Thank you very much, and have a great time.
Thank you very much, Nick and Yuri. And let's welcome Stan, who's joining us.
Hey, sorry for being late. I guess I have to give a few words of everything that has been done. It was great. I mean, most of the presentations were great. And I think most of them were great from different angles and perspectives and points of view. But the biggest suggestion that I would give to all the participants for, I don't know, the future projects, product design related things, is to pay more attention to telling like a cohesive story, because most of the time it was challenging to tell how exactly the hypothesis is connected with the insight that you got on the research, how exactly the screen, the flow that you suggest is connected to the hypothesis. So that's like number one. And number two is, I don't know, just focusing more on one thing rather than trying to solve 5 different things would be also great, because oftentimes the solutions were like one off screen and that was like it. And it was hard to tell if that's like enough to solve the problem, which in most cases it wasn't. So yeah, focusing is, I think, important as well.
Thank you very much for your feedback and such welcoming words. Dear participants, you're welcome to continue communication with the judges in the lounge area. Feel free to approach them with any questions and discussions you might have. Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
Dear participants, if you have any questions to our judges, you can ask them right now. Any questions from the audience?
Hi. Thank you very much for feedback. And I was triggered by the insight, like, you need to focus on one thing. And how to find the thing you want to focus on, because when you face such a like ambitious goal and you like a million thoughts and you are not always capable of prioritizing things. So what is the best way to prioritize and focus?
1, 2, okay. Yeah, so that's a really challenging thing, to focus and to decide which thing to pick. In this particular case, what I would do personally, and I don't know if this will work for everyone, but I would actually like try to address, like take every single idea that you have or take every single insight that you received and try to see how that can be first of all feasible in terms of the future development. Like if that idea is, let's say, it would take months to deliver and it would take a lot of people to like prepare content, etc. Or it would be feasible to build it like a few weeks using 1-2 developers, because that is important as well in the product design process. But also a few other points to consider is how painful it is for war veterans. Like the problem that you're trying to solve, the more painful, the better, in terms of like they would feel the effect better. So I would have 3-4 criterias and then evaluate each problem or each idea that you have and take the most impactful one and just all in that, like throw everything away and just put 100% of your effort into one thing, but make it end to end so that it's been designed from all different angles, because I think one finished solution is better than 3-4 undercooked things. So that's what I would do.
Thank you very much, Stan. Do we have any other questions? Yeah, please.
I would really quickly just like to add that a product manager's job, the primary skill is prioritization, and you can spend a career making that correct. It's not a quick answer.
I'll ask an additional question about prioritizing. So if in the task there is 2 at least, I don't know, 5 problems that you should solve, you can say that, okay, I'll focus on only this one and I'll solve this because it's more important, and another ones is not so important, so I'll skip them. Is it okay or not?
Yes. In reality, you're going to have a client who's going to tell you what the priorities are. So if they say that all 5 are equally important and you have to solve all 5, then you have to solve all 5. But you can still only take one at a time. So, and the better answer, the more academic and actually the better, stronger answer is let the research guide you. You do the research, find out what the biggest need is according to everything you can find out. And that's what your research and analysis is one of the things to help you find out, right?
Thank you, Nick. Any other questions from the audience? If not, you can follow our judges and continue conversation in the lounge area. Dear participants, we will have 5-minute break right now, so please just grab a welcome drink and see you in 5 minutes.
creo en algún momento se escapa de todo sentido, de toda noción. No sé ni cómo leer este mapa que me da pistas de lo que soy. Abre tus ojos a la posibilidad. No te dejes derrotar por la tristeza. Olvida el pasado, lima asperezas. Lucha por tu libertad. No puedes negar esta llama que despierto en tu corazón.
Dear participants, it's time to continue and to turn our attention to the UI design nomination. The judges, Katya Lavrenova and Olga Uzhikova, who are currently in the USA, have recorded videos with their feedback. Despite the time difference and the late hour there, they made sure to provide their insights for you. So please, your attention to the screen.
First of all, I would love to start with actually design task and highlight that it's really important to read very carefully what is written in the task. And one of the things, I would love to read it right now. It's actually that each creator has their own subscription and donors can choose which creator they want to subscribe to. So why it's clearly mentioned in the design task, some of participants had an option only subscribe to the whole platform without ability to subscribe to specific creator. And there was no explanation about why they decided to do different way than it mentioned in the task. Also, while subscription is the core feature of the whole platform, on some work, on some presentation, on some design solutions, it was not highlighted at all. It is not mentioned on the home page. It's even hard to find on a creator page. And actually, the one place where I could find some information about subscriptions is a subscription management page, while I already subscribed. But nothing to encourage users to subscribe, nothing to make more users to subscribe. And this is very important. And also, while subscription is the core feature, some participants put much more attention to like registration or user profile pages without clear explanation and without clear subscription flow. And actually, it was not clear in some works how actually I can subscribe. Some of the participants in some places used follow and then used like subscription. So it was not clear what does follow mean. Follow means I just can follow anyone, or to follow I need to subscribe and pay money. And while there was only like follow action available, then I see in my user account like subscriptions, but there was no place I could subscribe. So this is really important because this platform is about subscriptions. This is the core feature of the platform. The next thing I would like to talk a little bit more about presentation. And the general feedback, actually, you did great presentations. Thank you a lot for explaining your solutions and design. But while some of the participants explain a lot what I can see on the screen, so what I can see here and there, you didn't explain actually why you did such a solution and why in presentation is the most important. Because what is on the screen, I can see without explanations. But why you did this way. It's really important. Also, some of the work some of the participants created beautiful design, but it was not connected at all to existing design and design guidelines. And while it looks pretty good, clean, and beautiful, there is no explanation why it's totally different from existing design guidelines. And while in the task, we clearly mentioned that you can improve existing design guidelines and use other elements, you need to explain why you did it. You need to explain why your solutions, your design element is better than existing ones. Without this explanation, it just seems that you didn't took into account any design guidelines. The next important thing about presentation, please do not use lorem ipsum in your design. Always use relevant content because it helps better understand the whole design, and you may see like real design, not just some templates. And right now there are a lot of plugins that allow quickly do it. So please do not do it in your design solutions. One more thing and some comment just about design and general style. So please create consistent elements and consistent design solutions. Make everything, your design patterns, the same on each page, because there was some works which use totally different design patterns on different pages and where style of the element was not consistent from page to page. Also, do not forget about attention to details, like making all icons consistent, line widths, also proximity rule, and pay more attention to typography. And it's not only about which font you use, it's also about how you build composition with your fonts, which line height you use. And these small details, it's actually build the whole picture and the whole experience of the design. And also, this is really important, do not forget about contrast. Because like light gray color or green on white, it can be really hard to use, to read.
That was Olga Guzhikova, and now let's hear the feedback from Kate Lavrenova.
Hi everyone, I'm Katya Lavrenova. I'm a designer at Meta. I first took part in Dev Challenge 6 years ago, and I've been judging it for the past 4 years, and I had a pleasure to review your presentations this year. Thank you a lot for your time and efforts. It was a great pleasure, and I understand that there was very little time for you to fully polish everything you wanted to, but you did a great job. First of all, thanks for submitting presentations in English. I know it was not easy, and I remember my first job in the United States when my brain just exploded. But having your presentations in English was important not only for our non-Ukrainian speaking judges, but also for your own practice in case you want to enter English-speaking market. Okay, let's jump to feedback. Firstly, with the final task, we didn't really leave you a lot of room for creativity because there was a defined design system and defined set of tasks, but yet some people had a chance to get creative with slogans and logos, and it was really great to see. Secondly, I really appreciated the attention to details in some presentations. For example, adding website URL to the bottom of the mobile page to indicate that it's mobile responsive, or designing micro interactions like animated heart and save icons. And speaking about animations, an animated or interactive prototype is worth 100 pictures. It was great to see animated flows inside some presentations, or have links to clickable prototypes. An interactive prototype can make it easier for the audience to understand and visualize the presented ideas. Thirdly, some people showed a blank, empty state when user opens search or clicks on subscriptions for the first time. Empty states are your chance to introduce something new to the user. For example, you can show the most popular creators or relevant creators if you already know something about the user, if you already asked what topics they're interested in. And then majority of you focused on the donor or fan role inside the app, which was expected because it was listed in the task. Although some people thought about creator role and how users can sign up as creators, and that showed the holistic approach to the app design. And at the end, I'd like to reiterate a few things that Oля said because I had the same feedback. Please read the task carefully and don't hesitate to ask if anything is not clear. Just because, for example, we had some participants who designed for desktop instead of responsive mobile, although it was listed in the task as a requirement to design for mobile first. And lastly, please don't use lorem ipsum content. Content is your chance to help the viewer understand the flow better. And it is also your chance to add some personality or even humor to the presentation. And you can think, what is the top popular Ukrainian content that people would be willing to pay to watch? Of course, it's war analytics, but maybe it is something else too, like top stand-up comedies or TV shows or famous Ukrainian podcasts. Or maybe it's even top Ukrainian movies like Pamfir or Mavka. Or maybe even some professionals would like to offer mentorship through the platform. That's everything from me. Thanks again for your efforts. I hope you had fun with the tasks, and this is also a great cause supporting Ukrainian veterans in the army. If you have any questions, reach out to me in Slack or social media, and hope to see you next year.
We are very grateful to Olga and Kate for providing feedback. And now it's my pleasure to welcome Mike Samovaro to the stage. The stage is yours, Mike.
Thank you very much. This is a big pleasure and a big honor to be judge in this competition. And first of all, I'm going to excuse about my English. Sorry, guys, but we have to deal with this. And this is very hard to say after other judges to give a feedback, but I'm going to summarize several things for you. The first, this is accuracy. There was some person who did this part of challenge in the same document that did before. And when this person exported PDF, all layouts was mixed in this PDF, with the drafts, with the mock-ups, with everything. And this was so, I don't have a word for this, but that was very, very sad. Bloody eyes? No. That's not because design was bad, or I get the bad experience of this. It's because it was like all job was crossed. So the first thing we're going to take from this is accuracy. The second is speed. There was an ideas which wasn't appear in their fulfillment. I hope that this is the right word. There wasn't open it because this person had not this kind of speed to explain their ideas. It was a very small presentation with a few slides and whatever. And you have to think not only about what do you think about by doing design, but also how you do this. Do you use mouse? Do you use shortcuts? Do you use plugins? Do you have enough speed to try ideas while you're thinking? This is a very important thing. The third thing is the preparation. There was the presentations with the mock-ups, with the animations, which absolutely didn't done in this competition. They was done before. So this person had prepared from the previous jobs or previous competitions or whatever, and bring these things up here to use them to have very great presentation with animations. There is a saying, victory loves preparation, and you have to take it. And the fourth thing is the ideas. There was a great class about modern art, and the speaker, he said he was in the Vatican, in the museum, and there was a monument of Zeus by hand of Mykhailenko, and it was absolutely like realistic, you know? You can see the silk with the water on this body of Zeus, and there was no body nearby, because in the other side of the room was a rope from Bible. People love ideas, they love stories, and you have to put your story, your idea, and explain it properly into your presentation to make people love your design, because technical realization is the secondary thing. The first thing people love is the ideas. So, to winners, I can say, those of us who win, no one think about their win. They just accept it and go forward. No one think what components bring this person to winning. And I have to warn you, don't make this mistake. Think about your competition, your job you done. Compare it to others, so you could understand what makes you win this time, so you could keep it for all of your life. For those of yours who lose, you have to understand you have already changed. Tomorrow, after tomorrow, next week, next month, there will be a conversation on your work or with your mates in design, and you will say, oh yeah, I thought about this while doing the task on the competition. Oh, I have already done this on the Dev Challenge before. I done this last year on Dev Challenge. You get an experience which changed you, and you have new ideas, new vision, new experience basically. So you already shifted up from you in a few days before. And the last I want to say, guys, I had a lot of conversation yesterday with the judges, with the participant, with the team of the challenge, and I heard a lot of stories how people who participate changed the traction of their career after this. So you will maybe not notice this right immediately, but in the weeks or months you will understand how you was speeded up in these few days. So thank you for being part of this. I wish you good luck in your careers.
Thank you very much, Mike, for joining us and for such an inspiring feedback. And now, do we have any questions to Mike? Don't be shy and take the chance to talk to Mike and just ask anything you want.
They heard my English and they don't have any questions.
No, that's not true.
Yeah. They're like, all right, this guy will not survive.
If you want to, you can continue discussion in the lounge area with Mike, and we will be back in a few minutes with the next nomination.
Oh, may I take a selfie, guys? Would it be okay? Say hi. Thank you very much.
Dear participants, we are waiting for you in the hall to continue. Please join us. While other participants are joining us, I would like to move to our next nomination, which is testing. And let me introduce the judges of this nomination. Alexey Ostapov, Natalia Pysler, Roman Marinsky, and Roman Yakimchuk. Please welcome.
Hi guys. Well, thank you for participation. Thank you for the great works we checked last night. It was awesome.
Morning and morning, night and morning.
Morning? Yeah, and morning. And actually, we have a bunch of notes, each of us, to share with you. And let's start from some greetings. You've done a good job, actually. We enjoyed every bad issue you reported and every good issue you reported, and even if we are sitting with face palm about how can you read this, it was really fun to verify it. Yeah. Anyway, I've got a short list of notes, if you don't mind, to share with you regarding the main issues my eye catched. Like, for the first task, we required you to report bugs. And we've gave you definition of bugs by severity. What does it mean to critical bug, blocker bug, and minor bug, so on. But I saw a lot of issues like blockers or critical because, oh my God, this emoji is not moved to this corner of the screen. It's a blocker. Come on, guys. It is not. Another one issue is let it be second one for light category nomination. It's category nomination, whatever. Light 2 regarding finding responsible for situation happening in the project, and I saw a lot of works where you trying to put all possible roles responsible, like we cannot release in time, who is guilty? Okay, it's responsible, project manager, product owner, customers, QA team, development team, DevOps team, our janitor, everybody. Guys, if everybody is responsible, no one is responsible. We have to find the single point of responsibility. And actually, I find a few good works where all responsibilities were divided by categories, like responsible this person and accountable for this person is another person. And all these two persons are reporting to the third person. It's a good hierarchy. And I really enjoyed this particular work. Okay, the third one regarding API testing. Actually, I'd like to emphasize that the main goal of testing API is to test software which expose API. But I saw a lot of works where participants tried to test JSON, which were sent to this API, and check that this JSON is valid. It's wrong. We are testing software. We don't test input of this software. And the last but not the least, the task number 3 for hard for creating test strategy. Actually, I really enjoyed this task. Thanks to Roman for this great task. But I see that a lot of you are too optimistic creating this plan. Okay, for a team for 60 plus developers and DevOps, we need 5-10 QAs without any leads to handle all this mess with integration, a lot of different software. Okay, I'm finishing. And okay, try to be more realistic and it would be really good. Thank you for attention.
Hi guys. First of all, I really appreciate all of your works, all of you who did all 3 tasks. You did very great jobs, and I am proud of you. And I have also notes without mobile phone. And first note is really thanks to everybody who opened bugs that are connected to something about Russian. Like, you found Russian email,
really
bug, plus 10 extra points. Thank you. Or some Russian localization, bug, plus 10 extra points. You did a great job. Also, about bugs, you opened several issues where images cover text or picture cover text, and it's not always a bug, because text is readable and it might be by design, so not everything is an issue, and you need to take care of it. And also, thanks for checking everything on several devices. You got the point, and you found several bugs on mobiles and on iOS, so thanks for that. And the last thing that I wanted to say is about API, light category, because I created these tasks. So thanks to everybody who created several positive, several negative tests, not one positive, one negative, because there were things to test in a positive way as well. So I really enjoyed verifying this API work, both with JSON testing, because changing the types of parameters was also very important for me. So thanks for your work, and I enjoyed verifying them, even though I did it until 5 a.m. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Roman. Thank you.
No, okay. We have prepared for you complex and difficult tasks to resolve, even for light nomination, even for light tasks. And I believe that it have highlighted for you what would be great to maybe to improve in your knowledges or in your current work. For example, related to testing strategy, unfortunately, not all of us have possibility to build it, have possibility to maybe to have access to database, have possibility even to API testing. So I hope that it have highlighted for you what would be great to maybe to improve in your knowledges and to improve, develop your personal development plan. There were some nuances, that was fun, and there were several interesting reveals in the bugs, in the sites, in the database ideas, especially related to emails with root domain. That was cute. So, I hope that tasks could help for you to improve your future, to improve your current state of knowledges, and to build your personal development plan. And theory is not just for interviews. It's about your full understanding and feeling about quality assurance of the quality. Theory could build your knowledges and connect all of your knowledges and skills into great quality assurance engineer or manager, and to control all of the stages of the development for any kind of product. Thank you for your time, thank you for your ideas, and that was fun too.
Better to say good morning, but it's not morning already, but we feel ourselves a bit stressful after yesterday night, but it was really great work from your side. First of all, I was on Dev Challenge in 2014. I took 3rd place, and in European Championship it was 2nd place, and I understand what you was yesterday in what played. And first of all, what I can say as a feedback, please use as Roman already said, use knowledge, theory on practice. First of all, because all of you know everything about test design techniques, but nobody used it in your tasks. Nobody. Sometimes I think that it's because of lack of time, but every time when people come to my courses, they always say that I don't have time on this course.
Product placement.
I don't have time to do your homeworks, but I every time say the same things. If you don't have time to learn how to use techniques on your project, you will never find another time to something else. Because if you don't use these simple techniques, you never find time on saving your time on your life. Because, first of all, techniques helps you to optimize test cases. Techniques helps you to make less job and to do not do this kind of stuff like 57 bucks was
55.
reported. 55 bucks was reported yesterday. I thank you for this, but it's really great from this. From my side, it's like a senior level, but it was like light category, as I understand. Do not do such a things like report everything like this. Text is transparency is not good. This smile should be transparent because I don't see text behind it. It's okay. It's okay, but you should use clusterization of the facts. You should group the facts to try to understand where is the critical, where is the major bugs, what is important for end user, for you. At least you all, QA, you as a user, please be a user. One famous person, I wouldn't do this right there on this scene because it's forbidden to say from which country she is, but she said that bugs which is reported should be the bugs which it probably would happen in a real life for the end user. Please remember this, because if you report everything possible what you are finding, it's and if it's never will be in real life found by your users, it's not a bug. It's your I don't know how to say it better, but it's not a bug because these things never happen. I see. So please be attentive and use your skills, and in the future, please be more structured and to do your tasks like it often better to say step by step. Do not do like chaotic things. But in general, you all are great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Who wanted to ask something? Do you have some questions? You have to have some questions.
After this verse, not.
No.
You can ask us later. Actually, you can ask us later. We're here for almost a whole day, yeah, till the after party. So do not hesitate. We are gladly share our experience, our expression of your work. So see you later.
Okay, it's a bad finish today because QA should ask questions every time and everywhere. Please, somebody, shake your hand. Because it's really pity. Because, oh yes, thank you very much, Roma. Yeah, guys, it's really important to ask questions in your team. And
yeah, hello guys. So Roman, you said that the QA should not report like all the issues because not all of them will be discovered by the end user. But from the QA perspective, how can we be confident that those issues indeed will not be discovered? Because it seems that the best choice is to actually report something and then have it rejected after discussion with the team, than to just ignore the issue?
No, it's again your thoughts, but from the practical experience, the main thing which you should understand is a context. When you understand the context of your product, you understand how user uses, you will know what is an issue and what is not an issue for your context. This is the answer. That's all. And if you say that you want to create 100 or 1,000 issues and then to do something like an extra meeting to triage this, it's a waste of time.
Grab analytics about the product, what your end users, what they're using, and what their mostly behavior. Work closely with designers, because they conducting lots of experiments with end users, and you could get lots of ideas for testing, ideas for revealing on clusterization and classification the bugs. And as Roman said, bug triage, grouping all of the issues, that would improve your quality of work. Value of your work, sorry, yeah.
Vadim.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm not about QA, I'm more about technical perspective and product perspective. And what I want to add to this number of bugs reported, it's like, don't treat you as I am great QA because I just reported 10 bugs and just deal with it, just triage it, do something with it. Great QA doesn't just report bugs. In my perspective, great QA can say that, okay guys, I found 10 issues, 3 of them are really critical and they are release blockers. We can't move without solving them. But other 5 issues are just issues with data. Maybe we need to fix something in database and forget about it. And other 2 issues are really, like it can happen in very rare cases when user performs some really unexpected actions. And this is what I personally value as a great QA, as a great approach. So to have context and to provide team with the priority of these bugs and whether maybe we don't even need to fix it.
And thank you very much. It's a great answer on question. But quality assurance is not about testing, yes, it's about prevention. So be QA.
Do someone have some more questions?
Thank you, Roman, for your interruption. But it's the important words. Be QA, not try to find everything after everything is done. Please find your issues in your requirements. Please find your issues in communication with developers and designers, and it's good. And it will help you to prevent all the issues, and you will not have such many bugs on your production after everything is done. Дякую. Дякую. Дякую.
Україні.
Слава Україні.
Героям слава.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much for providing such great feedbacks and encouraging our participants. And we are continuing with the next nomination, which is Frontend. And I'm excited to welcome Vadim Ilchenko, Alexey Kaluzhny, and Roman Savitsky to the stage.
Hello. So maybe I can start?
Sure, you can.
Okay, so we have 2 nominations, light and hard. I will start from light. I like light. We have a very beautiful and good night. Because we have a lot of different tasks. And we want in light nomination in this year to prepare a freedom for you. You haven't designed. You have a 2 screenshot, it's PNG. At the next year it will be SVG. You haven't a big task because we have only a few hours to create it. We haven't time. We try to prepare something where you couldn't add TypeScript, where you shouldn't add a lot of bundlers, where you drop everything, because we want that you we'll try to think about important things, yes? For example, you have a part of table, yes? Virtualized table. Everyone who works in Vue, React, everything other know this library. We create, we do npm install, everything works, no one understands how it works. And in these tickets, you should create it from scratch. I Google in the internet and don't find something on it. And I'm pretty sure that you totally the same. And after that, you try to create it. We have a few great jobs with definitely good virtualized table, but we have a pack of jobs not with virtualized table, but with lazy loading. Yes, it's one of the big problem here. It's one of the first error. When you load data at the end, if users scroll up, everything works. If you scroll below, your data will not drop out. So you have a 10K rows in your table. And when we will load everything, in Mac everything works. In Windows, everything freezes. And it's a first big problem. Second part, it's a graph. Yes, we have a graph. It was very easy because we asked about HTML, nothing more, without any JS. But we have one row about accessibility. Yes. And a lot of guys create this table with just div and that's all. And it was a second problem, because here is you should add some area label or put everything in paragraph, you put everything. So why we ask it about it? We want to think about layout, because Alexei Kalyuzhny wins ton of time nomination of layout. Dev Challenge drops this nomination, but as we judge in nomination layout, we should do it everything. So right now in Frontend you have layout. And important point, as we prepare this freedom ticket, you see some search filter in your table, yes? Who implemented? No one here, but we have 5 or 6 different jobs where it was implemented. We want to tell these guys, maybe in online, thank you, but it's 0. Because it's not a part of our estimation, it's not a part of your ticket. So be aware when you read your task, yes? And if you have something that shouldn't be on screen, if you see something that shouldn't be a part of your job, you should drop it or ask us. We received only 2 questions yesterday, and it's a small count, yes? Good that in heart everything is okay, maybe. But about heart, you receive a lot of information from Vadim.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Let me continue. So speaking of the hard part and hard task on this dev challenge, we wanted our participants to try something new. They never tried in production before, and maybe they would never try after. And what we were thinking about, it was about maybe add some WebGL, some shaders, or to add some peer-to-peer connections, or to add some other rare technology. And the shaders were dropped because it's really niche technology, and you will have to spend much more time than it's allowed on this dev challenge to complete it. And we stopped on WebRTC connection. So the task was to implement tic-tac-toe game with peer-to-peer connection, where 2 clients connect to each other without server. And when we prepared this task, when I tested this approach, I found some complicated flow how to establish a connection. We wanted to involve UI UX designers to help us to solve this issue, but afterwards we decided, come on, we are front-end developers and we should also think about UX, and we put this responsibility to participants, to to people who will code this task. So one of the biggest thing that we found was how people managed to establish connection between two peers. Because the flow is basically you have to create a code, you have to send this code to your peer. Peer enters this code in there, he pastes it in the input, he receives the answer code. The answer code is sent to player one pastes it, and then the game begins. And it sounds really complicated, but we found several really nice solutions. For example, when game starts, people show just, okay, send this link to your peer. And link contains the code in the query parameters or in other places of the URL. And that was really great, because when I open the second page, all I need to do is just to copy code, send it to player one pastes it, and then game begins. So great job for those who really paid attention to these details and who built a great flow here. But on the other hand, there were also some issues with how to deal with it when people did it not in such a good way. For example, some of you just shown in the console that I have to copy this code. There was a message in the console, copy this code and send to your peer. And, I found it after 5 minutes of trying, and that was really funny, because a user will never open DevTools console or any other stuff. And, the second one, evaluation point was about errors handling. And I want for all of you to know that errors handling is not only about try-catch in the code. It's also about a feedback to users, to your customers. That when you see connection is dropped, just show the message. Some of you did it, great job, we liked it, but some of you forgot about it. We found also really nice jobs where you notified user about every single action that went wrong. For example, I tried to put my mark on another player's mark, and it shows me a message, okay, you can't do it because this cell is already filled in. Or when I tried to fill mark when it's not my turn, it showed a message that it's not your turn, please be careful. Oh, great job, really great job. But some core mistakes here were when guys who coded didn't pay attention to whose turn is. So I have to just check in 2 tabs, try to put a mark and understand whether it's my turn or player 2 turns. And yeah, pay attention to how your UI shows to your customers. Let's say we are customers here. Shows to your customers what happens with your product. It's really important. And the last but not least here is about mobile view implementation. Many of you treat mobile implementation as just, okay, my content should fit a page and that's it. But it's not really true, because we found that on laptops it looks pretty nice. On mobile it also looks nice-ish, but when you open it on a tablet, you see the small board, like 3x3 board, in the middle of the screen, and it's impossible to play nice on the laptop. Sorry, on the tablet. So yeah, it's important here to rebuild your UI to not just fit the mobile screen width, but to make it useful on mobile. And yeah, particularly many jobs were really great. What I want to say it in a conclusion is it's really hard to do what you guys have done in 8 hours. We really appreciate it, and we really see some jobs with great quality. Some of you paid so much attention to details, like with showing great favicon, with showing some UI-only stuff that front-end developer can be responsible for. Even when you are not asked to do it, but page really looks nicer, it's a great job. And even though you were not given a design, Some of you prepared really, really nice UI with really nice feedbacks, with really nice animations. So, great job. It was a pleasure to review your jobs, and we had a really nice night.
Generally, I fully agree with the guys about the feedback, and I really agree that it's really remarkable about all your works and you've done for such a limited time, because it's we have only 8 hours, and it's really cool. Generally, I'd like to say about really at if you think, I think it's not only for front-end nomination, it's generally for every nomination. Please read carefully task. It's really important. Not only on the challenges, it's in real life, in real solutions, in real work. So if you have some question that you don't clear with or you don't understand, just read one more time task, and you, in general times, you have this answer for your questions. And as Roman mentioned, also ask question for judges on the challenges or in the real projects for your project managements, for your clients, and if you have more information, you can take and create more clear solution. About the code, I'd like to add about code quality. Please separate all things. So separate styles, layout, and JavaScript. So JS stands for logic, layout HTML stands for elements, and styles just place in CSS, because there are a lot of works that you just write document, create element, document style, dot display none, and so on. Just separate these things. What else? I think guys says a lot of things, and I just like to say thank you for your solution. And please remember, every challenge is an opportunity to learn and advance. Thank you, guys.
Do you have any questions? No? Could you raise hands front end? Okay.
We are coming for you.
Okay, as you come in, I want to mention just one more thing.
Do you like our task current year?
Yeah, it was a really great task. I thank you very much, because this time, as previous times, we have a task. I personally have a task which I don't work at my work, because I think most of us solve mostly typical tasks at work, and it's very great opportunity to try technologies that you know only in theory, and I really thank you for this. It's great opportunity and great chance to challenge yourself at first, because it's not about competition with other competitors. It's at first it's a competition with yourself, and the chance to become a greater specialist. And thank you.
Thank you for the.
Thank you. Front-end nomination. Next, raise hands. Aha, okay. How it's implement something without REST?
Well, what I can say about this task, I would actually divide it into two parts. First, actually the game, and second, this WebRTC stuff. And second, it was more challenging for me as for front-end developer, because it didn't feel much as front-end work. It was more some backend stuff, this connections, some codes, links, and I started with tic-tac-toe and had 3 hours for this WebRTC, and maybe this is what I could ask you, like your advice. How would you recommend to start this task, like starting with WebRTC and reading about it, how this works, and then all style work, or like implement fully a functional game and then try to create this multiplayer. Because, by the way, this code in console is my work. Because it was just unfinished, I didn't have enough time to create all the UI for this stuff and couldn't finish it fine. So I have great offline game.
Yoo-hoo! We receive first questions. Who wants to answer?
Let me answer. Yeah, great job implementing the game itself without implementing extra features. That's all I want. That's what I want all of you to pay attention to. That working MVP is even better. In many times, it's better, definitely better than nothing. So imagine you try to implement first WebRTC, first connection, and so on, and then you spend 7 hours and only 1 hour left for the game. What would you receive at the end? Nothing. And what would be your mark? Probably 0. Maybe some points for your tries, but 0. But as far as I remember, this job received great mark for the game itself, for the game logic, for functionality, and so on. So WebRTC, of course, it's not implemented. It was 0-ish, but yeah. So working on some core product feature is mostly important than starting implementing something extra. And in this case, I want to emphasize that in many different works, WebRTC was not implemented, but core game logic was implemented, and these applications received more points than other ones.
I want to add here that sometimes you have a very easy points. In a hard ticket, this easy points was mobile view. It's 46 points, and what should you do? In the screen, you should place 9 rectangle, 9 square, yes, 9 square at the screen, and that's all. So, and sometimes we didn't receive mobile view, so 64 points, yes, WebRTC 128, so half of all WebRTC, it's just a 2-minute work. So please think about ticket. And maybe at the end, yes, we should tell you thank you, because it was very interesting. And thank you for the joke, because we receive a job where we have a message, yes? WebRTC is very interesting, and my task is failed. Or we receive another message. I implemented everything, but I haven't a time and I create an error at the end. Please close my model. After that, everything will work. Yes, guys lost some points on functionality, but everything other, we check it and put some numbers. So thank you, and see you at the next Dev Challenge.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for participating.
Thank you very much for such great feedback and fantastic showcase. We'll be back in 2 minutes with the next nomination. Dear participants, let me announce last but not least nomination, Backend. And it's my pleasure to invite Sergiy Medvedyev, Yana Mykhailenko, and Volodya Sverduk to the stage. Please welcome.
Well, hello. It's not so nice to see you here today. Smiling faces. I know it's been tough. It's been a tough weekend for you for sure. But I'm really thankful for all your time, commitment, dedication. I've got at the final about 20 works. Is that correct, Bobo?
22. Backend engineers, raise your hand.
Right.
1, 2.
Okay.
We're in problem.
You're rock stars. First of all, you're here. You're rock stars. So, I'm going to share my feedback and my actually expectation for this round, and after that my colleagues will share their opinion as well. First of all, I was kind of surprised to receive so many goes work at the very end. So at the first round, it was kind of a mix of Java mainly. I've seen a couple Node.js, some goes, and actually, what was else? .NET, yeah?
.NET, Ruby.
Oh, Ruby, yeah. So we had one.
A lot of Go.
That's very true. And actually, for those folks who are written the Go, there is some kind of, I would say, they leveraged the language because performance score usually went higher. So it's important for you guys to think about the strategy. Once you have once you have a task, just look at criteria. And if you'd like to win, or not just only have a fun, look at task, look at the criteria, and just think how many tasks or how many points you're going to get for everything. Performance, 128 points. It's pretty too much, actually. And therefore, Go was kind of already solved some problems for you. I don't know why, but usually in Go, I've seen it was pretty lower score in correctness and edge cases rather than in Java, Node.js, and so on. Clearly, the folks who've written their solution in Java, Node.js, they paid a lot of attention on the correctness results, edge cases, and thank you so much, because sometimes I've seen some works that I didn't expect to meet, actually, because all my correctness results were passed. They've done an amazing job, but they kind of didn't prioritize, again, performance, sometimes testing, so they received a low score. And I'm stopped talking here, because I would like to hear some words from my colleagues.
Okay, hi. My name is Sergiy. Thanks for attending the competition. I have very similar impressions about performance. That was really problem area for majority of works. I was really surprised with the number of works which I failed even to run, and that is surprising. You receive archive and you can't even unzip it. And
one work this time.
Yeah, but
did you check antivirus?
Yeah, during the pre-screening round there are a lot of similar works, but I thought that during the final stage we won't see that kind of works, but we still can see them. And then pretty big number of works where you can build container, run container, but you can't get any result from the container. So you can't even connect to the, and you can see from the logs that database is not running or something like that. And that's, again, surprising.
One work this time. I'm just counting.
Yeah, and then correctness of results, etc. I would like to focus your attention on the requirements. What I have spotted the fact that few guys decided to change the requirements. So there are quite obvious requirements for the work, but when we started to examine them, some strange decisions, for instance, you pass average in a capital case, and the server returns you average in a lower case. So who have decided that you can change my formula? and so on. Yeah. So the point here is that requirements, they're really important. So this is the competition, but in real world, your client comes to you with the requirements which matters for the client. And you can't simply change the requirement. Requirement, that is something important. And you must stick to the requirements which are negotiated with your client. So just pay attention to this moment, and I believe that would help you in your real business development. But overall, thanks for participating. I understand that that is stressful for both, for you and for us, frankly. And you need to get some experience from this competition, and I hope the comments from us will help you to get that. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, mates. Yeah, it was really nice this year again to see so many different results and backend nomination. As usual, like typical mistakes are the same for everyone. Okay, so I just want to highlight a few of them. So yeah, again, Docker build. Yeah, please check your Docker build again. It's so pity when you run Docker compose up and nothing. You see the result. You see that someone tried to write tests, write README. So, but no Docker build is 0 points automatically. So always check your Docker build on fresh install. Also check your Docker restart. Sometimes Docker start, stopped, and not start again. So maybe some conflicts, etc. I don't know. Also Docker build 40 minutes. Guys, come on, 40 minutes wait. It's too expensive. Because like personally, in performance criteria, I included not only how fast your endpoints, but also how fast your Docker build, how fast your application starts. Because like I will not wait 10 minutes until your MongoDB will do something like in the background, So this is like just low points for performance, not only about API performance. Okay, 500 errors, it's crap. It's usually lower points. 200 instead of 201. Yeah, in the requirements was super clear. We expected 201, but you give 200. I know that it's like, it's small detail, but still it's detail. Float running, come on. Float running. 1.1 at 2.2 should be 3.3, not 3.29999999995. Okay, lowercase values, I don't know why. So, okay, the requirements was case insensitive values should be, but lowercase values by default, and usually just not correct. What else? What else? Tests. Okay, my favorite part, tests. Usually tests are not in Docker. Okay, nobody will install Maven or .NET on MacBook to run your tests. Okay, so usually it's better that you have some commands like Docker compose run tests, and that's all. Also tests not running in separate database. Okay, so I run test suite from a Docker compose, then I run my automated tests and the same shared database, same data, conflicts, and 500 errors. Not good. And amount of tests sometimes not clear. I know there are two strategies how to put your tests: separate test folder or underscore test file near your like service file. And sometimes it's hard to understand like amount of tests. Also, you run tests and not usually clear how much it was like assertion tests, suits, how it, and also like you run tests and some tests failed. So test suite should not has any failed tests. Okay, so I think that's all. We are ready for your questions.
I believe that I would like to share two additional points actually here. I was surprised to receive works where you put equal 7 and your API returns 500 or just error. So it's some, I wouldn't say it's edge cases, but it's expected behavior, but guys, a lot of you unfortunately miss that. Also, external reference. Oh, it was so painful, I totally get it, you didn't have enough time, you didn't prioritize it, but remember, it was one of the requirements, and therefore we actually decreased the points that you received because of that. And when you participate in such competitions, it's really important to step into judges' shoes. You've got some pretty minimal amount of time to develop. Super challenging, but also have a pretty minimal amount of time to check the work And in the finals, every judge check every work. I'm not sure if it's inside, but I'm going to share it. I'm sorry if any. So, too late. Yeah, it's too late to apologize. We write tests. Everything is automated because we're actually engineers, and it's hard to evaluate you equally without the test. So once you have a different port, it's a pain for us.
Or your endpoint requires some additional slash in the end, okay?
Yes.
So it depends on judge. Someone is loyal, someone is not.
No loyalty. There's
No loyal sometimes, but it depends.
But there was a really clear requirement that must be URL compatible. There are no requirement from URL to be slashed at the end. No such requirement.
Also, I remember that I got 400 errors, and in a Docker logs, it was like, cannot accept application/JSON. I said, okay. So how I can run an API if your API does not handle like application JSON request? Always test your application from the outside world, from the postman.
One more comment. My common problem from my test was I have a test where I generated the path name for the sheet and for cell on GUID based. So GUID can start with a number, and some works they said you can't have a sheet with sheet name starting with a number. Again, where is such requirement? Who have elaborated that requirement? Why? So the requirements, they're really important, and a lot of work, they were disqualified due to some strange requirements which were put on top of the requirements which were made by the competition. And
okay, let's stop blame them. Okay?
No
they
blame.
start to blaming us. Come on, guys.
Start. Your turn.
Do we have a mic? But meanwhile you're talking, you're going to that direction. So we totally understand there are a lot of requirements, but the most successful candidates will build a strategy. Even if you're not actually satisfying all the criteria, just think about how to satisfy the most and be a winner. Thank you.
Hi everyone. I have a lot of questions, but we'll start from the most important one regarding external ref. Actually, as you're saying that requirements was so clear and it was no place to have some misunderstandings, but in Slack we have a lot of discussion about that. And the question is, do you have some standards regarding how your task should look like? Like if you put this external ref, like at least from my side, I was expecting like how user expects this function to work. And in task, I don't see this answer. I was asking it a lot of time how it should work, and answers was different. And the final answer was like 1 hour left to finish this function. And obviously, I haven't done this, and it's sad, but as for me, I was expecting in task to at least explain how this function should work. Like we have the obvious function like average, min, max. It's pretty obvious how it should work. External ref, it's not usual function. And from user perspective, I expect how it should work. How? And it was no answer in task. The question is, do you have some standards, and why it wasn't explained so clear?
Of course, guys, we are living in real world, okay? So in real world, nobody will explain you like super detail how it should behave. You should ask questions, of course. And I think we clearly answer this question that external ref means external reference. So it was written in requirements. As a user, I'm expecting that I will create a reference to external endpoint. So your application should create subscription from task part, from the second part of the task, okay? So you should handle this automatically. Just like append with a /subscribe, create subscription, and handle webhooks. So that's all. External reference, what is not clear? External reference, I mean like... Yeah, but there was like, so as I remember, please correct me if I'm wrong, there was like expectation as a user story. Or no? Yes, it was, so I don't know.
I would like also to add that actually before publishing all the this task to you guys, we actually have a quorum, we discuss that, and every judge is actually trying to see it, trying to think about the tests, how they're going to test your results, your tasks, and after that we just add some comments and rephrase probably sometimes task, add the clarity. So it's our internal process. Every judge should comment and ensure that it's pretty clear. But of course, there are not 100 people, so it's only, how many judges do we have? About 5 people, so probably sometimes there are some unclarity.
Small addition, just regarding process, not regarding external ref and all these details. If I would receive like answer question regarding this external ref was asked like 10 minutes after we receive the task, and if the answer would be like Volodya, right? Your name, okay. If in this way we will receive the answer, there would be no questions like you describe what this webhook subscription mean, how it should work. Because from user side, when you enter URL, you enter URL to some resource. Maybe I have a picture on this resource or something like this. And as a user, I need to have like documentation that say, okay, you need to put the URL which returns such payload and have this endpoints additional. That's all.
Okay, just handles it. By the way, nobody handled invalid URL. 0, 0, 0, 0 submissions where you just not handle. If I want to subscribe and I passed not the URL, so this test failed. So, you know, in real world, again, like, I think like, how often like you like got a question, okay, so you have a question, okay, and you have a like immediate answer. How often? Almost never. So, okay, next question, please.
Do you guys have, okay, can we have a mic there?
So I wanted to thank you for the external reference task. I mean, all the task was actually about external reference. The average and sum and stuff was, well, nowhere nearly comparable to that. And I actually enjoyed it. I thought it was a pretty cool idea. But I have a question for you regarding that. Were there any works that you were actually satisfied with the implementation of external reference? Because the deeper I dug into this topic, the more I understood of how much there is to think about and how much corner cases there are to process in this task. And like, I know I didn't do it well. I mean, it worked. Like, no spoilers, but it worked, but in very basic scenarios. So, yeah, the question is about how did you feel about the people implementing this task?
Right, so from my perspective, it was the most challenging task in this actually task. It was 3 out of 4, I believe, therefore probably people didn't prioritize it. But come on, the order doesn't mean importance here. So no. Nobody done it 100% correct. However, there were some work that actually handle a pretty good workflows, let's say, addressing different sheets, addressing when you request some sheets that there is and value sheet exists but value not exist. I've seen pretty good tries to do that. Vova, Sergiy, do you want to add anything?
I think. Like, no. By the way, it's a strategy of the task on Dev Challenge that we're trying to create a task that nobody can complete fully. Because like, how another way we can evaluate and detect the winner? Okay, so it always depends on your strategy in the final. If you focus on small things, you will complete small things. If you focus like more widely, it's always about strategy. For example, only one work in my suite passed external ref, but not passed external ref +1. So they handle subscription with external ref, but the second test case, same with +1, I got 500 errors. So of course, nobody implements this fully correctly, but this is our expectations. So thank you.
But at the end of the day, you've done a really great work. Thank you so much for spending your time with us, and we really enjoyed when it was not painful to check your work. Thank you.
If you have more questions, you can find us in the hall, okay, and we can talk personally. Thank you.
Thank you, dear judges, for sharing your feedback with us. That was really impressive and valuable for each and every participant. If you have additional questions, please follow our judges in the lounge area. And now I would like to highlight that we will have a 10-minute break, and we will be soon with you in 10 minutes here. Be ready for the speeches.
Dev Challenge, the biggest IT competition in Europe.
It's a connection with really inspired people.
And to build something that is more than another IT project, to build the future.
Taking your perspective on the tasks that you solve on a daily basis.
You know, to feel this atmosphere.
Dev Challenge, it's time to challenge yourself.
And be more strong than you was yesterday.
You can meet different startups, different companies and talk to the people, and networking is definitely an important part of that.
Professional colleagues that we can communicate, laugh and discuss our plans for future.
And a great opportunity to spend time with professionals.
Dev Challenge is a good place to check your skills, to find out who the best is.
And for sure to hire some of them to my team.
What is important is to grow and to become better.
Dev Challenge, the biggest IT competition in Europe.
It's a connection with really inspired people.
And to build something that is more than another IT project, to build the future.
Taking your perspective on the tasks that you solve on daily basis.
You know, to feel this atmosphere.
Dev Challenge, it's time to challenge yourself.
And be more strong than you was yesterday.
You can meet different startups, different companies and talk to the people, and networking is definitely an important part of that.
Professional colleagues that we can communicate, laugh and discuss our plans for future.
And a great opportunity to spend time with professionals.
Dev Challenge is a good place to check your skills, to find out who the best is.
And for sure, to hire some of them to my team.
What is important is to grow and to become better.
Speeches by our judges and partners. Our first speaker is Vadim Ilchenko, the Chief Technology Officer at Mate Academy. He will be speaking on the topic engineering culture in product companies. Please join me in welcoming Vadim. Vadim, the stage is yours.
So, hi everyone. 1 2 1 2. You can hear me well, right? Yeah, we are today, thanks to our attendees, thanks to all participants who participated in this Dev Challenge, and I'm so excited to open this speech series. And today we will be talking about engineering culture in product companies. But before we start, I just want to know the audience. So could you please raise a hand if you work in a product company? Whoa, really, like 50%. And yesterday with Lviv QA community, we discussed how to manage release processes. And I was extremely excited and slightly shocked about how this process works in different companies, how it's different depending on the company, and how people and culture affects these engineering processes. So, before we start, I just want to tell you that engineering culture is so important. We will discuss things that helps us to build it and discuss how it works at Mate Academy. So, let's start. I'm Vadim. I'm working at Mate Academy since 2019. I'm a CTO here now, but I was the first full-time developer, actually, at Mate Academy. I've built a lot of things from scratch, and when we started hiring more engineers, I started managing them and building the engineering team and raising the engineering culture. The engineering culture is so important. It helps company to deliver the best value to its clients. But before we dive deeper, let's tell me a few words about who are we? Who are Mate Academy? What is Mate Academy? Mate Academy is an edtech startup with internal learning platform. On this platform, people can study, people spend most of their time, they learn theory, they watch videos, they do some practice tasks, they communicate in chats, participate in groups, they can conduct technical interviews, including AI-based ones. Our product, our LMS, got a Rising Star Award from Google for Startups in 2022. And also it helps us to scale internationally. Now Mate Academy operates in Ukraine, Poland, and Brazil. We are a highly mission-driven company. And our primary goal, our primary mission is to help 1 million people worldwide to build their careers in tech. We really believe in qualified education. We are on our way to this goal. We have already employed around 3,000 students, which is around 1% of total Ukrainian IT market. Moreover, we support armed forces. We donated more than 10 million hryvnias to armed forces and humanitarian needs. But all of this would not be possible without people and without culture that stays behind our core product, without our strong engineering team and without the engineering culture. So why is it so important? First of all, for developers, it's important to understand the impact of their code, to understand what they deliver, to understand how this code is used in production, and moreover, to understand what to do, what not to do, and how it affects the company. For organizations, it's important to have a strong team of engineers, not just really coders who take the task, who code it, move to done, and forgets about it, but people who can solve business issues, who can help the company to grow. At Mate Academy, we tried different approaches. We found some of them useful, we found some of them just working, and today I want to share with you 7 things that help us in building the engineering culture in our company. The first one is about bottom-up tasks. We believe that tasks should not come from CEO or product managers or any other top management level. We believe that instead, we provide people and teams with context. We give them clear view on company goals. We give them what company needs and where we move, and let them decide what to do themselves. Of course, they should know how to propose changes, how to raise issues, and we believe that people are experts in their area, and people know this product better if they have access to company metrics, if they have access to company direction, and if they know where the company moves. So to achieve this, you should have really transparent culture that allows people to understand business goals, and you should have a process of how to propose changes or how to raise and fix the issues that appear. The second one is about cross-functional teams. What is it? Our primary goal here is to reduce unnecessary communications and make teams self-sufficient, which means we don't have backend departments, front-end departments, or design departments, or marketing departments, and so on. Instead, we have a self-sufficient teams consisted of many different roles that help this team to work on a part of a product. Each team has a matrix to work on, each team has a part of product to work on, and each team can decide what to do. And every team can work autonomously. So teams are self-sufficient, and the goal is to reduce communications. The third one is about freedom of making decisions. As I said before, just provide people and teams with context, with direction of your company, and with what needs to be done strategically, and let them decide how to do it tactically. So don't just give tasks to these teams and expect that they will do it. Just provide them an understanding where company moves. With this freedom, any person, any employee can propose changes, can make decisions they want, but sooner or later you will face mistakes. And the core thing here is that it's completely okay to make a mistake. It's completely great that people make mistakes, they learn from it, and they draw conclusions from it, and they learn how to prevent these mistakes in the future. So don't punish people for mistakes. Make them feel safe to fail, and let them make decisions themselves. The fourth one is about developers' velocity. As this point may sound more developers-oriented, it also highly affects how company runs, how company behaves. Because by term velocity, I mean that code should be delivered to production really fast and really often. The company should be able, and product teams should be able to test different hypotheses, to run cheap A/B tests, to run cheap features, to run proof of concepts, MVP, and so on. Just not build a feature for a month, release it, and find yourself like, oh my God, it doesn't work. Test it in the cheapest possible way. At Mate Academy, we have configured a scheduled daily release process, which means that code you merge into the main branch right today, and it passes tests, the checks are green, this code will be in production right on the next day. It sounds tough, it's really tough to configure, but it works, and it gives company possibility to test cheap features. We have many different examples when we implemented feature in 2 days, and by the end of the week it was in production, and it changed how company works. And to achieve this, follow the next steps. The first and the most important one is about strong pipeline. So automate as much as possible, have a stable pipeline, write tests for everything. Just your code should be covered with tests. It's completely okay and it's required. The second one is about feature flags, or you may hear it as feature togglers. So feature flags allow you to switch on or off some code in production and work on it locally and have a safe way to enable or disable it. And it allows to deliver code by chunks, to deliver big features step by step without having them enabled in production, but having them enabled locally. And also, when you see something goes wrong with your feature, it allows you just to switch the feature off, fix bugs, and rerun it without needness of any rollbacks and so on. And speaking of rollbacks, it's the third and important point. You should have a fast way to roll back your system in case of any issues. So make sure you configured your pipeline, you configured your CD to be able to roll back to previous working commit really fast. And the last one is about A/B tests and metrics. When you have a fast velocity, a great velocity, you should be able to test things, to run A/B tests, to see how the code is used in production, and to test different hypotheses. So learn how to run the cheapest possible A/B tests, how to find these cheapest wins, and put metrics on everything product related. The second one is about, or fifth one, sorry, the next one is about on-call rotation. And at Mate Academy, we have a team of the most skilled engineers in the company who participate in the on-call rotation on a weekly basis. The on-call responsibilities are to monitor the health of this pipeline, to react on issues, to react on incidents, and to make sure everything just works. So core learnings here is to put metrics on everything infrastructure related, to see when something goes wrong, and configure a tool like a PagerDuty or anything another just to call you, really by phone, when something goes wrong. It helps to react really, really fast. The sixth one is about analytics. Many people say that they don't have access to product metrics or really to product metrics. They don't understand the purpose of writing code, of how their code is used. So give developers access to analytics. Give developers access to your metrics, to teach developers how to measure impact of their features. At Mate Academy, developers from the day one, they learn how to send events to Amplitude, how to build dashboards here. And if you ask any employee about how the feature is used, they will answer you and back up this answer with some metrics and numbers. And the last, but really not the least one, is about how people get promoted. At Mate Academy, we follow the approach with a self-nominated performance review. So when people know metrics, when people know impact of what they do, and when people understand that they perform better and help to run this company, people can apply to performance review and on themselves. So it's not like a yearly based performance review, but when employee decides, they apply and get promoted. So what we count three metrics here. It's about impact people do on the business. It's about leadership. People show well solving the tasks. And it's about difficulty, and difficulty basically of these tasks. And as I said before, when engineers come to performance review, they back up their document with metrics. They describe really a lot how the features impact on the business. And when the company sees it really great growth, the company just approves this nomination, and the person gets promoted. At the end, I would like to say to all engineers, don't treat your code as some magical skill, as some unique skill. Your coding skills and your code is nothing more than just a tool. It's nothing more than really yet another tool that helps you to maybe to earn money for the living. But it also helps you to run your company, to impact on other people, to run your product. It helps you basically on your daily basis. And use this tool with a wise. So for example, when you don't need to write code, when you can solve issue without writing code, personally I prefer this way, to solve the issue without writing any single line of code. It really helps, and it's really more countable than a person who will say like, okay, I will write tons of code and I am the great developer. The great developer is who thinks about how not to write a code. That's it from me for today. Thank you. And I'm really excited to open it, really excited to share some thoughts with you, and waiting for your questions.
Thank you very much, Vadim, for the impressive speech. And now it's time for Q&A session. And I can see the first raised hand. Or are you just taking a picture? Any questions from the audience? Yeah, sure.
Hi, thank you for your lecture, but I have some moment. You said all your developers has access to analytics, and what it gives to them, besides, for example, they understand the product and how it works, do they have something else Like how they working with this analytics?
Okay, great question. Yeah, besides understanding that how your code is used, but this point is also very, very important, especially for developer to know that thing I created is used somehow. Real people use this thing. Real people click on my button, I just deliver it. But moreover, we can, of course, make decisions based on this data. For example, we have a button, we see people click on it very, very often, and this button gives us some useful traffic, it helps us to improve metrics. We can think more about how people behave on our platform, how people work with our platform, and what people do. So basically, when we change something, we try to cover it with analytics as much as possible. When we change something on landings, it's usually A/B test. And we see how people behave with different approaches. And when you see the core metrics go down, you should think about that you are doing something wrong. And imagine writing code and putting it into a black box. It's nothing more like guessing. And you can't even measure how people work with it and whether it's useful or no. So it's like a black box. But with metrics, developers, products, teams, company can understand that, okay, here we have a drop in our funnel. We have to improve this piece somehow. So it helps to identify issues, and it helps also to identify potential fields of growth to grow. As I said, people have a freedom of making decisions, and when you have access to these metrics, maybe your product can skip this thing. Maybe it's okay, maybe not. But when developers build and analyze their dashboards, they can say, okay, this thing is used, this thing is used less, and maybe we can improve this part of code and propose these changes. So even if they are not planned. And it's not about sharing responsibilities of taking someone else's job, but it's about the absolute responsibility. It's also one of the core value we count at Mate Academy the most. It's people should have absolute responsibility of everything. When you see issues, you report it. And the more people see issues, the more people can report it.
Thank you. Don't be shy and seize the moment to ask a question.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to ask you that you've mentioned cross-functional organizational structure type. But as I know that you need to have multiple projects, multiple products to successfully adopt this organizational structure type. So could you advise if you have enough personnel to fulfill these needs, and what are advantages and disadvantages comparing to original organizational structure?
Okay, great question. Of course, there are many different product-oriented teams in the company, and they work on particular piece of product. For example, there are acquisition teams whose primary metric is number of people who get acquainted with Mate Academy. There are like payment teams who support the payment processes fully, like data analytics teams, LMS team who supports this LMS platform highly, retention team, and so on. And each of these teams consists of a number of people needed for this team to run and to achieve their goals. When we see the team is understaffed or overstaffed, we of course make rotation. But what is the core win here? We reduce unnecessary communication a lot. So you don't have to, like, imagine you are a product and you come to developers, you say, okay, we have this task to add this button to the landing page. And they say, okay, we will add this next month because now we are working on new payment provider, then we will introduce new task to LMS, and then we will work on some streaks stuff, and so on and so on. And after all of this stuff, we will take your button. It doesn't work. And it creates a really high level of communications, like a lot of communications. And when you have even like front-end and back-end engineers, it's even worse. Because the thing I wanted to mention that at Mate Academy, all engineers have end-to-end ownership, and it also helps to reduce communications. It also helps to run the feature faster. So core thing is to reduce communications.
Thank you very much, Vadim. Let's give a big round of applause to our first speaker. That was really impressive. And now let me invite Sergiy Medvedyev, Chief IT Architect and TemaBit Fozzy Group, sharing his thoughts on dev's future in an AI-driven world. Let's give Sergiy a warm welcome.
Hi guys. I will take my notes. Okay.
Could I kindly ask you to stay here, just in order for our translation to be perfect?
Oh, okay, okay. Let's think about our future. So we are engineers, we are developers, QAs, products, whoever else, but we are in common are engineers. And we all know that AI becomes a big thing for us. By the way, do you know what is AI? Cool. So artificial intelligence, yeah, that is really a broad term, and it's quite difficult to give a precise definition for this term. But in reality, that means that machine can do the work for us or instead of us. Are you scared of AI? Raise your hands who is scared of AI. Oh, lucky guys, I'm scared a lot, frankly. And I believe that is really a big question for us, how we can live in a world where AI becomes such a big thing. What's the future for us as developers when we have technologies like ChatGPT? By the way, have you experience with ChatGPT? Raise your hands who has experience. Oh, you know. So we have really few people who are scared of AI, but we have a lot of people who are using ChatGPT. Guys, I'm a little bit confused. So you're not scared of that machine which can talk to you. So you can ask anything, and in seconds you have an answer. Okay. This is a really good point. But anyway, you know, half an hour ago we had a session of feedbacks for Backend, and one of the big questions was the performance. But with the ChatGPT, we don't have any problems with the performance. You can ask anything, and in seconds you have an answer. Yeah, sometimes with errors. But let's think about that. So we have something behind the wall in that black box, which we call machine, which can answer anything, any question. Guys, can you answer any question? I can't. But that thing can. And we need to live with that beast. How? Where is the place for us in the world where we have that beast which knows anything? What? Yeah, you need to make a friendship with that. Yeah, I think that is a really good point. And that is a really big thing, how to find the way how we can coexist, how we can build that symbiosis where we can help each other. So where is the strength of us as a human beings and machine, and how we can collaborate? Let's think about that. Remember, by the way, that term from, not the term, but that main word or slogan from AWS, reinvent yourself. I think this is a time when we need to reinvent ourselves as a human beings. We need to find a new way how we will live in a world where we're no longer most intelligent ones on this earth. And this is a really big challenge, because for many years, we as developers, we as engineers, were building that beast, and we were feeding that beast to become supreme power. But we're still here, we still live, and we still need to continue ourselves and find our place. And we as developers are in the heart of this transformation. We are building that AI. By the way, do you have experience with any AI projects? Raise your hands who has any experience with AI projects. Okay, few people. But this is our future. We need to pay attention to those technologies. They're becoming really accessible. We can hardly understand what's behind, but we can use them. Okay, one more provocative question. As a developers, do you use ChatGPT to write your code? Raise your hands. Okay. Slightly more people, but this is a really cool thing. You can ask ChatGPT, sorry, my lane. You can ask ChatGPT, for instance, write code based on repository pattern to store any entity, I don't know, contract entity, into SQL-based DB. And ChatGPT will write you in a second pretty good piece of code, which you can just copy-paste into your editor. And most probably, you can even compile and run it. So for many years, that was our core expertise, to be able to write the code. But now, ChatGPT can do that instead of us. Does that mean that we won't have a job? Cool. Okay, but okay, what should we do then? If ChatGPT can write that code, then where is the place for us? So what should we do? Build solution. Cool. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I like those from solutions to prompt in other words, asking ChatGPT to do something for you. Yeah, please. Cool. Yeah, you're right as well. Thank you. Yeah, the proposal was to combine those pieces all together. Yeah, and that is all those sentences, all those proposals, they're right. But I think that we can generalize that. So if we will try to generalize, we will understand that our key competence, our key advantage as a human beings, that is ability to see the problem first, and then ability to think how we can solve it. You can't ask ChatGPT, do work instead of me. No, you can of course ask, but the result will be not so brilliant. And that is a good news for us, because that is the place for us. So that means that instead of focusing on that over low-level mechanics of writing code, we're starting to think about the problem we're solving. And that is really important. That continues, I believe, what Vadim was talking about in the previous speech, about those cross-functional teams, about product teams, about the, I would add, business mindsets. Good engineer, that is not the person who can write the repository pattern anymore. Repository pattern could be implemented by ChatGPT. But ChatGPT cannot solve the problems of this world. We can. So the good engineer, that is the person who can find, who can spot the problem and not pass that problem, but think about how I can solve it, how I can benefit if I solve it. Yes, and that is you know, that concept of blue ocean, yeah? You can create a lot of problems and then build the solutions for those problems. You know, that is a really good sentence which says that problems raise opportunities. Oh, sorry, challenges. Problems, they raise challenges. Challenges raise opportunities. So we are looking for opportunities. We're searching for problems. We would like to see those problems. And you, as engineers, as developers in IT companies, which are in the heart of this huge transformation of this world into digital world, you are in the right position to be pioneers there. You could be the leaders who can find those problems first. You would be the first person who can spot the problem. If you spotted the problem, you have an opportunity to solve it and earn money. And that is your job. And that is a good news. So, if we will try to recap a little bit, so what we can see, ChatGPT or similar technologies, AI in general, AI technologies, they should assist us. We shouldn't try to compete with them. So there is no reason for me to compete with the ChatGPT for perfect repository part implementation. So that would be slightly better, slightly worse, but that still would be a working solution. But if I can spend my time focusing on the real problems, not on writing that low-level code, then I have opportunity to be in a friendship as there was proposed to make a friendship with the machine. But if I will try to make a statement that I can write a better code than ChatGPT, most probably I will fail. Maybe not today, but tomorrow for sure. So, I would like to come back to my primary or main point. AI is here. AI will be with us. So that is part of our world. You can't change it. But you can find the way how AI can help you, how AI can assist you and make you more productive, more efficient. Instead, you must refocus, reinvent yourself. Remember that, reinvent yourself. In our modern world, reinvent means make yourself creative. Creativeness, that is a key feature, key advantage of us as humans. ChatGPT is not creative. You know that it just trained to output correct answers it doesn't understand. ChatGPT does not understand what it outputs. That is really important. It makes impression that it is so clever. But in reality, everything depends on the data which was used to train the ChatGPT, similar technologies. But your creativeness is a unique feature in this world. So, when you're talking about your work, you're thinking about your work, you're planning about work, think about the problems. Problems are key to your success. Think about problems you can solve. Within your daily work, your daily routines, try to think about the creative ways how you can solve the problems, how you can talk to your businesses, your clients, in a language they understand. Think about their problems, about the solutions to their problems, not about the technologies first. Later, of course. Second good point, or important point, is that if you won't be able to explain to ChatGPT what should be created, in that phrase, create repository-based pattern for CRUD operations for person. So you have mentioned repository pattern. You need to know what is that. You mentioned CRUD operations. Okay, you need to know what is that. You mentioned person. You need to know that entity. That means that you know the domain. And in general, that means that you can instruct the ChatGPT to do the work instead of you. So the demand for highly qualified, highly skilled engineers will grow. That is a good news as well. Because all of you who are taking part in the challenges like this, you will be highly qualified. That's for sure. Because you are not lazy, you're ready to put your efforts to get a new knowledge, and you're ready. Sorry, I'm almost done. Don't worry. So you're under the stress, and this is the world in general quite stressful. But you are ready. You're prepared to be a better engineers. And better engineers means the engineer who can get the machine, instruct the machine to do the work instead, and get the results. So don't be afraid of AI. Use it and be successful. Thank you. Questions? Please.
Thank you for your speech, and funny question. Are you using AI tools, and was it used to create this speech?
No. Yeah. No, the short answer is no, but I was using ChatGPT to create the test suites for checking your work. Yeah.
Hi, thanks a lot for your talk. I'm not a dev. I work in communications, and I have a follow-up questions to the previous. I'd like to ask, like, how do you foster AI culture within your team, within your company? Like, how do you encourage your team to use, to adopt AI?
Thanks a lot. Thank you. This is really important question for us. So I'm a representative for Fozzy Group. Fozzy Group, I'm a chief architect of Fozzy Group. Fozzy Group, that is the one of the biggest corporations, enterprises in Ukraine. You know our brands like Silpo, for instance, Fora, and so on. So we have a lot of businesses inside. And TemaBit is one and a single IT business within the group. So we have a lot of IT departments within our companies, but TemaBit is unique. It's IT business. And TemaBit historically was like mostly outstaffing and outsourcing company for our group. So that means that, for instance, Silpo would like to create something new, some new cool features, yeah, and they can come to TemaBit, and TemaBit can develop. So effectively, that is either outstaff or outsource model. But what we understand, that is the future in the product, because what I was talking about, that product, the ability to spot the problem, the ability to find the solution to the problem, that is a success. That is a key prerequisite for success in the future. Yeah? And we as a company started to transform ourselves into this product-like company. And that means that the ideas like product teams, cross-functional teams, etc., they are all with us regarding AI. So AI, you would be surprised, but your behavior as a guest is constantly analyzed by AI. So we, as a retail business, need to know what you would like to buy for New Year, for instance. So it's November, but we're thinking about New Year because we need to know upfront what would be preferred for you, for your dinner, for your holidays, etc. Yeah? And AI, that is part of this story. Another stories, for instance, we have products which are pure AI-based. In our head office in Silver Breeze, in the canteen, you can go and check Kisa. Kisa, that is the one which works as follows. You have a tray, you put the dishes with different meals, and then just put it, with the camera, it recognizes all those meals and instantly gives you the receipt to pay. So that is the example of the product which is pure AI-based. Other examples, we have guys here from our SRE, site reliability engineers team, and they're using AI, for instance, to analyze logs of our systems in online. Again, for humans, that is impossible, but because we're talking about millions of lines. But for AI, that is like a breeze, no problems, and so on. Developers are starting to use ChatGPT to write code, and that's okay. It's not. I have a lot of interviews for candidates, and I can recognize those works, those test assignments which are done with a ChatGPT or similar technologies, because in couple years ago, the huge challenge was to create the materials, to create the scope, to write those words. Now the problem is how to reduce it, because if you give a task and you have tens of sheets of some data which you need to read, but you are still the human. ChatGPT wrote that, but you need to read it, and that is another problem. So we will find that balance between AI-driven and human-driven. And I said from the very beginning, I'm a little bit scared. Yeah, I'm scared. But I know that we need to adapt, and we will adapt. That is our nature. We are humans. We're supreme on the earth, that's for sure. Okay, other questions? Yeah, please.
To continue this topic regarding AI integration in your company, as you mentioned in your talk, you can give ChatGPT request to write some repository pattern based on how it done in your repository. But to do so, you need to share your code, like your company code, which are like your only product you made. And do you have some trust issues with this kind of moment, like to share your private code?
Yeah, okay. I see two questions here. First one, that should we share code of our company with the ChatGPT to be able to create the repository pattern? That's not obligatory. So it's out of the box, can already do that. So there is no reason for sharing code. The second question, should we share the code or can we share the code? And frankly, we have a lot of talks internally about open sourcing the products and what kind of products we can outsource. At the moment, we have the ambition to build the open, community-driven platforms. Open means that the code is accessible. At the moment, we are still playing with the level of that openness, but that is for sure inevitable because most of the companies, big companies, they are outsourcing their code. And the reason for that is that at the moment, the level of complexity of code of those products we are open sourcing is so high that, in fact, we try to find the people who are interested in that code. We do not hide it. Guys, if you're interested, please come. We will share everything with you. We will be happy to give you any access to our code to build something on top of that code. So that is the pattern we have in general. Like 20 years ago, when the idea of open source just was born, a lot of people thought that is a crazy idea which will die. Today, almost any key technologies, they are open source. And no problem. And we still have a lot of businesses which are building whole business model around open source model. And I think that's not the problem at all.
Our biggest thanks to Sergiy for sharing his insights and for awesome speech. Thank you, Sergiy. And now I'm thrilled to introduce our next speaker, Nick Page, Product and Account Manager at Salsita Software. He's here to talk about embracing user-centric innovation, the key to business success. Let's give Nick a big round of applause. Nick, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Is this clicker? Okay, great. Thank you all for having me, and thank you all for participating. This was a very exciting session for me because I prepared this presentation a while ago, and yesterday I got inspired, and today I threw it out. And so what you're going to see, what you already see on the walls here now, is something that I prepared very quickly this morning because it's completely different than what I wanted to talk to you about. It actually is the innovation, user-focused innovation in action. What I'm going to try to do, this is an experiment, I'm going to try to be actually innovating here real time in front of you. I'm a little bit nervous, as you can tell, because I might fuck up. This may have been a mistake. It's the risk, and that's life. I feel safe risking failure in front of all of you here. One of the things I wanted to start with is exactly what is innovation, right? We hear this word all the time. It's a buzzword. Everybody's an innovator. How many people here are innovators? Raise your hand. Who innovates? Excellent. What I think innovation is, and all of this is these three words are very, very similar. Innovation, invention, and design are all so similar that actually, let's see if I get, this is how I see the Venn. They are mostly, all of them, solving new problems, or I couldn't fit it in this picture, finding new solutions to same problems. But they're new solutions, and that's the main thing. We're trying to do something differently. We're trying to do something that hasn't been done before, kind of like what I'm doing up here now. The ways in which they're different are so small, we could discuss them and debate them, but they're not really all that important to me. Others will disagree, and that's fine. This is just my view of this situation. The inspiration that I got when I was, this is my second time doing Dev Challenge, and this time I came in by train from the Czech Republic, and I got to see the countryside with a lot of the camouflage, little booths in the woods, and some trenches dug out. I got to see Kyiv for the first time. We had the air raid yesterday. That was a little bit of a kind of an interesting experience for us outsiders. And yet, what I see here is we're all developing the future. This is an amazing moment of hope. A city at war, and yet we're developing something for future benefit. We're assuming the victory. We're assuming there will be a bright future, and we're trying to build it right now. That's amazing. That does not happen. I go around the world doing similar events. We don't feel that. A lot of these things are just business stuff. How can I make money? How can I be successful? How can I do this stuff? There's a completely different energy here. And I think that I don't want it to get lost. I have a feeling that if we just continue with the way we're going, sometime around Wednesday-ish, it'll all be gone and we'll all be stuck in the rails of our normal day-to-day work. So my thought here is that I would like to continue. I want to innovate something that I don't think exists. I was talking to Evgenia yesterday a little bit, and I didn't have my thoughts very well presented. Didn't have them organized, but at this point I would like this to continue. I would like to come up with a way for some of the talent in this room right now to continue with these projects. I was one of the judges for product design. Our main challenge yesterday was to come up with a tool, a way to help soldiers returning from the front to reintegrate into society and to be able to start businesses. I think there is some opportunity here to actually do this. Looking at the material from the Ministry of Defense or the Ministry of Veteran Affairs, can't remember exactly which one now, I'm not positive that the actual requirement is written very well. If I was doing this as a project, I'd start working with them to rewrite this in a way that it could be successful. One of the things I do with companies, especially the big companies, I just recently did a year-long thing with eBay, is how to build success into the requirements that they start imagining and they start building before actually developing. It's part of the requirements they write, not just the boss wants this, describe this, build this, deliver this, now I'm done. No one cares what happens left, which is kind of what happens a lot of the time. We'll try to figure out how to make the success part of the requirement, part of the building, part of the design, part of the entire process, and part of the management after we deliver the product so that we can iterate, improve, and continuously build towards actually having a successful product. Let's see, there we go. My proposal that I'm thinking about is to build a team. I just came up with a product innovation team, which kind of turned out to be sort of nifty because if I shorten it, it's PIT, which means that the people who do it are the pit crew. That's kind of nifty, especially for people who like racing, because you know what a pit crew is. They have to be fast, they have to do it right, they have to get it done, and the thing keeps moving, right? So I kind of like that. Just an accident. But what we do is to create prototypes, create MVPs fast, right? One of the things is to have the multidisciplinary team. So you have product, have the business requirements people, have developers who can at least start thinking about what would be necessary, whether they can actually code it or not, and maybe even have some marketing people, some legal people, whatever else is necessary to make this a reality. And the main thing is, if we look at the bottom of this, the delivery, the goal would be to make these deliveries as fast as possible, in days or weeks, hopefully 2 weeks or less, instead of months, which is a typical process, sometimes even longer. So is there anybody here who would be interested in something like this? Not one. Where's the cricket noise? One. I think I saw two. Okay. What would be interesting to you guys? What is your role? What do you do, and what makes it interesting? Could I ask? Just nothing to say. Okay. And is no one else interested? Has this been a complete failure for me here? One of the missions would be this one, to help the compat vets build a business. Right, so they come back home. I'm a product guy. I think about the people's needs, right? So one of my assumptions, and these assumptions would need to be tested, right, would be the emotional states and needs of the returning vets is going to be different than the general population, right? We have to understand those things. For me as a product person, I need to understand the problem as deeply as I can before presenting a solution, before thinking about a solution. And that would be one of the areas that would be vital to understand, is actually what are these needs, what are the differences, and which ones can we focus on in the scope of this project. We won't be able to solve everything, but maybe there's some that we can solve. I think that part of the assumption is the community of vets will be part of the solution. I don't know how yet, but I kind of picture, I don't mean to make this sound derogatory at all, but kind of like when drug addicts want to be cured, some of the best people to help them with that is former drug addicts, because they understand the problems, the problems being faced, and they understand the challenges and how to seek solutions for that. So I think the community of vets will understand each other more deeply than I could ever possibly hope to, or most of us. Funding requirements will probably need to be different than for standard projects. It means that people who provide the money, banks, business people, will probably need to have different requirements and have different allowances and different risk levels to make this a reality. And maybe, this is just something that occurred to me this morning, maybe some people will have a hard time with the freedom and responsibility of getting investment or loan money, and they will need someone to help guide them. And so I just thought of sort of a pseudo-military structure where you have a financial commanding officer, and as you grow, as you get more mature with the financing, you could get promoted into that level where you get to control yourself and maybe even mentor someone else. That's just kind of a thing, because I think that maybe some of the people may have a hard time integrating into civilian life where you're responsible for yourself. You don't have orders. Just a theory, and it could be wrong. Okay, so that's one of the missions. The other one is, I saw a project yesterday. Oops, I went the wrong direction, didn't I? No, I didn't. Yeah, keep the global interest. Here we go. Sorry, I'm not used to this clicker. There we go. Keeping the global interest in the war here, especially with the Israeli situation going on now. But with American politics, with British politics, Slovakia, Poland, all of that, it's getting difficult, right? So one of the projects I saw yesterday was from Sensorama, I think it was called, where it had a 3D, an immersive experience of the front with the goggles from Meta and all these things. It was extremely moving and extremely powerful. So using something like that, trying to get those things to as many homes as possible. In the US, we would have to deal with conservative American voters and deal with other issues to try to keep this alive, keep this project, keep this something that's a burning issue in people's minds. So this would be the second mission. Does that help you? Okay, now this is obviously not thought through. This is something that, like I said, you're looking basically at my typewritten whiteboard. I can actually show you all these thoughts were written in this book this morning. This is my actual thoughts, right? So I have not thought this through. I would like to find people who would be interested in continuing with this, and I'm wondering if there's anybody who's more interested now. Okay, I'm glad to see a hand. How about you? The idea would be to find a way to carry this feeling forward. Maybe I'm the only one who has it. Maybe you guys are used to it. Maybe I'm the only one who feels that there's an energy in this group that would be too bad to lose. I would hate to lose that. I really would like to continue. I've had some fantastic conversations with really bright people, and I just, let's do it. If I could be a cheerleader, yeah, let's go, right? So they're hazy because it's the beginning, and every beginning is hazy. You don't have concrete, well thought out plans in the beginning. And that would be one of the issues to solve. I need somebody who would be technically inclined, who could figure out how to do quick prototypes and proofs of concept, and people who could help with the testing and understand what the needs are in both of these areas. And maybe we'll scrap one of them. These are just the two things that I think that kind of rose to the top of my my mental list as I was working on this. There may be others more urgent or better, that's the whole thing. One of the things I just recently did with the eBay project was to, they have a lot of new projects that start, and most of them, they take months of planning, finding the data, finding the APIs, finding out what we know, what we don't know, and what we think we might be able to want to know. We decided to hack that and just actually literally do hackathon thinking. We said, okay, in 3 weeks, we're going to take everyone from Berlin, we're going to bring them to Prague, we're going to sit people down, we're going to rent some space, spend some money, and we're all going to sit there for 2 days. And if we don't have anything to do, we're all going to feel like dicks. We're going to feel stupid looking at each other. So you got data, find out what we can do. You got business requirements, get them over here and get people who can help us. You have customer access, right? And if we don't do this, we're all going to look like jerks, right? So nobody wanted to do that. At the end of it, we actually had the 2-day thing. We produced a proof of concept level product that worked. It was connected to most of the APIs, a few things we needed to fake because we just couldn't get it, but we got a lot of it. And we had a customer representative who was completely blown away. They said they'd never seen anything like it so fast. They thought it would take a year to get this done. Inside, we're like, okay, it wasn't going to be a year, but it was at least 3 or 4 months we were looking at, and we did it in 3 weeks, right? I would like to have something similar. I think that was a great opportunity, a great thing to do. So if we could have just a prototype lab, right, or proof of concept lab. Thoughts, questions, anything? Cricket noises. Does anyone have a cricket noise generator? Yeah.
While we are talking about those two projects, there are 2 problems with those. So the first one, as we know from the task, kinda already exists. So is that going to be something else, like apart from the one that already exists? And about this one, we just kind of feel like our train has already left the station, as we say. We kind of feel like, 2 years have already passed, and we're kind of losing hope that we can spike this interest more. But it would actually be interesting to hear your perspective as a person whose interest we need to strike. I mean, you as a representative of, your people. So
The first question, I think that it would not have been in the in our challenge yesterday if it was working the way they wanted it to work. So my guess is that either we can start over and do it better or improve on what's there, or maybe it's working perfectly fine and it's the wrong thing to do. We can move on and do something better. So I don't know the answer to that, but my guess is that it's not working as well as it could. And government projects typically don't work as well as they could, just in my experience. I've worked on a few of them, and they have all kinds of conflicting requirements and needs, and user groups that are stakeholders that have different interests, and it usually makes things so muddy that it's hard to be successful. But I would like to, but that I could be wrong about that. Maybe it's working great. The second one, this is going to sound incredibly cynical, and I almost hate myself for saying it. And maybe it's just because I'm a product guy. You've got a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. So maybe everything looks like a product to me, but I would productify the war. I would make it do the advertising. I would have gamification. I would have product placement, right? It's got to be something that people want to keep solving. If you are getting tired of it, think of the people who don't know what it's like to live, with the actual air raids, and to have neighbors who are soldiers or be soldiers who come back, or have the threat living right next to your, right outside your borders here, or in your borders now. The people who feel like they're just supporting it, their fatigue is going to get there, because there's another problem now, and another problem we'll have to deal with. So this has to be dealt with, I think, from my point of view as a product person, which, as I said, it could be wrong. Maybe I'm just being cynical, but I would look at the thing as a product and get it out and market it. And today we're used to consuming products anyway. When I think about World War II and what my grandparents told me, and people I know who had that, people were in for the long haul. They believed in all that. The governments were all unified in a single victory and all of this stuff. That's just not the case right now. We need to bring that, create it somehow. We need to create nuggets of unity, of unified thinking, and be able to go through and do the sacrifices necessary. And I mean outside people mostly, right? We need to give till it hurts. We need to do much more. And that's what I think just needs to exist. And also we need to figure out ways of collecting money, just maybe games, right? Use the games to bring money into the military here. That's my view. I would like the group to tell me where I'm wrong, or to tell me maybe that's an idea that we can develop further. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Nick. I apologize. I think people didn't get the idea clearly, so I may just translate this. So the point is, there is a people who was on the war, now they came back, and they struggling to adjust to civilian life. And the point is to help them start their own business. And Nick is proposing make a hackathon to think how we can help them. Is that right?
That's part of it, yeah.
So
to actually just sit down and do it, right? If we go back to the first one here, right? Instead of talking about this as an assignment, let's do this as a project. Excellent. We have a helper. Anybody else? Developers? Can anybody write quick proofs of concept and be interested in doing this? No one? Maybe that shows us a little bit why the rest of the world is having a hard time. Excellent. We have a tester. That rocks. I started my career in QA. I have huge respect for testers. Who wants to give this tester something to test? Excellent. We have designers. That rocks. We need the veterans who can have the discussion, who can tell us what to do. And they're the only ones who can really tell us what to do. I'll be around the rest of today. There's other ones here. Let's the bunch of us get together and trade contacts and see what we can do and keep this moving. Anyone who has a thought, wants to join us, even just to tell us we're stupid, that's a good thing to do. That's a good thing to start with.
Thank you very much, Nick. That's a deal. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Yuri Ternytsky, co-founder at Practical Product Design. Yuri will be sharing his thoughts on the innovation journey, designing solution in a product world. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Thank you guys for having me, and thank you for attending this dev challenge. Okay, so I will add a few more points on top of Nick's presentation, because original this one presentation should be like for 16 minutes, but I made significant efforts to cut it down to 15. Anyway, let me. Oh. Whoa. That's we're spoiling. Aha. So anyway, before we get started, let me tell a little bit about myself. So I started my career as a graphic designer, but sometime in my future I switched to the design management and then came back again to product design, and now my partner and I co-founded the Practical Product Design. We are a consulting agency, and we basically train product thinking mindset. So, and I will start my presentation with like these two beliefs. They are widespread. So the first one is product designers are user advocates, and product design is all about solving problems. So this is actually a BS thing. You're probably familiar with it, are you? Yeah, okay. But let's focus on the first one, because there are a lot of things that could be obvious, but unfortunately, I see that sometimes people are missing this point. So why should product designers actually advocate for users? What's the point in it? And, okay, got it. And in this case, you can take a look at the chart. So you may find like a dozen of similar charts in the business literature. So this one is from the Kellogg Foundation, but anyway, on this chart we will have like business leadership, and the business leadership wants to build the product they want to sell, and then we have the execution team, like, or feature team, or whatever group of people who actually build in what they have been told to build. And you may ask me a question, Yuri, who is going to buy this product? Like, why are these people focusing only on selling, only on the business outcomes, and these guys are focusing only the output, like the feature, a product, or a service? And that's actually when we are coming into the play, because like the users are actually the people who are going to use this product, and in addition to that, they're going to pay money for it. So we as a product designers, like taking business goals into account, and after it, we're combining it with the user expectations. How we're going to help users to achieve what they want. What these people are going to do with this product or feature or whatever. So in this case, but actually it is easier said than done, because we are stuck in the middle between like two constraints: building the product right and building the right product. This is actually a big problem, because our goal is to find some sort of a balance between these two things. However, what I noticed is that, like in the most cases, for some reason, especially in the Ukrainian design community, product design is thought only as this: building the product right. So we all start in the product design endeavors with building the, the sexy visuals, like build and design systems or whatever other things are trendy right now, or even asking the AI to build as fancy visuals or whatever. But that's actually a problem. And to illustrate why it is a problem, because I've seen a lot of this thinking reviewing the works submitted by Dev Challenge participant, because I call this the solution thinking, or to some degree even an outsource mentality, like to do what I've been told to do, to build the product right according to the the most famous frameworks or whatever. And to illustrate it, I will show you this golden circle created by Simon Sinek, because he proposed to have like 3 layers of I don't know, it's not actually interaction, but 3 actually steps and 3 important things to consider: the why, the what, and the how. So when we are focusing only on the solution, and like a lot of people did this in the product design challenge over here, is that, okay, what I've been told to do? I've been told to design, for example, a subscription service for the Comeback Alive Foundation. That was the online challenge task. Okay, so I've been told to do this thing, so how am I going to do it? So I would do, some sort of research. I would go take a look at the competitors. You have done competitors research, that's actually great, but after it, like, okay, I can even do some sort of interviews, and I will pack it into, a fancy deck and make this deck visually appealing, and then I will present it. But the problem is that this approach entirely misses this why. So when we reverse this thinking, when we start thinking with why, we could do like, okay, why does Comeback Alive Foundation actually need such a service? And the answer is actually pretty obvious. So we are in the middle of the war of attrition with powerful enemy. And the demand from the front line is skyrocketing. Like we need a ton of like military supplies by yesterday. But on the other hand, the economy is in collapse. A lot of people lost their jobs, relocated, or been drafted to the military. And which is worse, so the amount of donations is actually decreasing. And the worst part of it is that, we all, unfortunately, it's my assumption, but actually I could be right. We all considering donations as paying utility bills. Am I right? So how constant were your donations per like last year? Like a 10% of your income, 5% of your income. So people like, they donate something, but they don't want to donate more. And in this case, our question will be, how are we going to encourage people to donate more, to cover all our expenses, and to buy this military supplies and deliver these supplies to the front line? So by answering this question, we have to do some sort of what I call like a landscape research or a landscape investigation. Like, okay, so we need to make we need to build a stable revenue stream. So for this, let's take a look at like what needs and what what user needs are actually unfulfilled right now. Like what information are they missing? Is it information about the front line? Is it information about something else? Whatever. So people are missing something because people, they do some kind of donations, but what do they actually miss? And after it, like, okay, and who can provide such information for these people? So we do have a lot of influencers that create like a lot of content, but they probably also struggle to monetize it. So we actually can build some sort of a solution. Anyway, as a result, we will get a solution that serves both, business goals or this NGO or foundation goals and user needs. So this is actually the product mindset in a nutshell. So I was expecting like to see at least something closer here in the presentations anyway. But this approach is easier said than done, because the more complex the problem is, the more people we need to, to solve it. So that's why we're building teams, and the current trend in the product world is to build what's called the empowered product team, or this new name like a product trio. So that's a cross-functional team that has everything they need to build, to solve a problem. But in this case, each of the team members have their own set of responsibilities. So in this case, the product manager is responsible for the why. Why are we doing it? Product designer is responsible for the what. Like, what is our solution? How are we going to, reach the business goals and help users? And the software engineer is responsible for the how this code is going to work. Because in this case, in the digital world, the only one thing that is important is code. But such a team, they would probably need some sort of a framework, or a checklist to know, is this problem is ready to be solved? And that's why I encourage using LinuX Canvas, because it has all information we need to start. It has the business problem, the business outcome, the users outcomes, and the rest of the stuff. So personally, I use it as a facilitation tool, to lead workshops, or actually I can use it as a checklist or some sort of a definitions of ready. Like, do we have all the information to start working on the problem? So next time, by the way, you're going to solve something, you can use this canvas as a cheat sheet. And in this case, even this Linux canvas actually help us, to first of all, to figure out what we know about the problem or the business or the users or whatever. And then it could help us to go and figure out what we know we don't know. When we know what we don't know, we can create some questions and we can go and do some user research, business interviews, or whatever else we have to do according to the process we are following. So that's actually a great part, but let's take a look at this canvas from the different perspective, because you may probably ask me how it is working on practice. And in practice, it can be split into 4 parts. On the left, we have the present state, what's actually happening right now, what is the business problem, and actually who are the users. And on the right, we will have the future state. Okay, how does the business know we solved this problem, or they solved that problem, or whatever. And also they have the information okay, how do the users will know they get what they wanted from this product. And in the center we place our solution. So in this case, this solution is some sort of a driver that then can help us to get from this present to the future. And at the bottom, we map out the path, okay, how we will know we got from this present to the future. So this is actually how it works. And I have 6 minutes, because originally I was told this presentation will be for 15 minutes. But anyway, that's all from my side. If you have any questions, please.
Hi, Yuri. Thank you for your speech. working with innovation requires you to be creative. You have to fill this funnel with ideas, from idea to prototype to market. So what's your suggestion where to take these ideas from, where to take the inspiration from? Thank you.
That's actually a great question, but in this case, what do you mean by ideas and inspiration, just in case?
When you work with innovation, you are trying to solve some problem with an innovative approach, maybe. So you have to fill the funnel from the top with a lot of ideas. So maybe one of your idea become something new, So you have to have some sources where to take them from. What's your way, your approach, your suggestion? Thank you.
Okay, so in this case, I would start with asking myself, why am I doing it? Why? I will even go to this thing. Why? And after I answer this question, okay, I will know how I can know my starting point. And after knowing my starting point, I could know okay, for whom actually I'm designing this solution. What are the business goals, or whatever the stakeholder goals? Who are these users? And after it, I will start drafting some sort of solutions. And in this case, I would use the still like an artist approach. So, because a lot of solutions have already been invented, so there is no need to reinvent the bicycle. But I can take a look at other niches or spheres where similar products could be used for the different audiences. But some of these things actually could be used in my case. So I'm doing this landscape investigation and taking a look okay, so if an Uber did something and it suits my case, I can, borrow this solution from them. So that's it.
Hello, and thank you for your great speech. I just want to ask, how do you prioritize your ideas, and how do you decide what to work on right now and what to work maybe further? And the second question is about how do you decide that this idea is not working on it anymore? So how do you kill your products, and whether you kill it?
That's interesting. Unfortunately, I killed a few slides from my lecture, and they were there, and they were actually the answers. But anyway, so every idea should be prioritized. So you can't chase two rabbits at a time. But in this case, it depends on what sort of idea, and when I'm using it in my everyday life, I use something simple, I use what's called hypothesis prioritization canvas. So on one side we have the risk axis, and on the other hand we have the value axis. So risk and value. But in I would say professional life, I prefer to use some sort of Kana model or RISE or ICE frameworks, because it gives more clarity and this bird's view perspective. And how do I know when this idea is not worth solving? So for this, I use build, measure, learn loop, represented by Eric Rice in his Lean Startup book. So in this case, I have an idea. Then I build some sort of an MVP, and then I test it. But the trick is that MVP, for my case, is not like the real product. It's not even the mocks. It could be a Google prompt. So I can ask Google, is it like, do anyone solve this or do anyone have this problem? And I can go to the Google Trends and see like, aha, so for this requires like people are Googling it. So it probably worth actually exploring. And next, for example, I do some sort of interview questions, like just one question to go on some, you know, to hop into some community meetings and ask them something. But then if I see it's not working, it's not worth, you know, exploring, I just kill it. That's it. So in this case, I make one of the three decisions. So I either build it, kill it, or keep learning.
Thank you, Yuri. Let's give a round of applause to Yuri. Thank you for your great presentation and speech. And now I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker, Yana Mykhailenko, Director of Engineering at Turnitin. She is here to tell us about career aspirations on the path to CTO. Your applause, please.
Hello, hello. So, I'm excited to announce that I know winners right now, but I'm not going to tell anyone yet. We are going to hear the names in 40 minutes, but I just signed actually a certificate. The good news for you, I'm the last speaker for today. So it's about 15-20 minutes of the focus, and afterwards we will actually enjoy the final and your weekend. Today I'm going to talk about CTO, Chief Technology Officer, and aspiration, career aspiration. Before jumping into the main topic, of course, I would like to introduce myself and explain you why I think that I can talk about this topic. So my name is Yana Mykhailenko. I'm Director of Engineering at Turnitin. I know how to use this thing. It's working. That's good. Thank you. So Turnitin is a big ad tech company, and we are #1 provider when you think about originality checking or similarity checking in students, publishers, researcher work. We are more than 25 years already in the production on the market. We have more than 1,000 employees worldwide. And 4 years ago, we were acquired by Advanced Media, and our valuation was $1.75 billion. By this time, we processed more than 1.8 billion of student submissions. Pretty huge. Turnitin portfolio consists of a lot of products. I proudly manage 9 different products, including UniCheck, Original, PlugScan, Revision Assistant, and so on. I also manage multicultural, diverse teams distributed geographically within Europe, American time zone, and of course, Ukraine. UniCheck, a startup, was acquired by Turnitin in 2020, and I joined 6 months after that. At the spare time, I enjoyed being a host at How to Become a Great CTO Meetup series. And we decided to create this Meetup series in order to highlight that we have a really huge tech pool here in Ukraine, and we know how to build great products. So this is a place where you guys can share your ideas, can seek for advice. It's a community for acting CTOs and people who aspire to become a great CTOs in the nearest future. We actually restarted the formats and started the first event this April in 2023. By this time, we already conducted 11 events. Our format alternates between offline session, handled here actually in Turnitin, oh sorry, not Turnitin, but UniCheck. We have this session every month, and we invited already some inspirational speakers. Vadim was one of our proud CTO. Thank you, Vadim. Vera Tkachenko, CTO of Mach4. Where you are, Vera? Oh, here. Thank you. Also, we invite foreign speakers from United States and Europe. They join us online. It's second Tuesday of the month, so please subscribe. Just look, probably something that might be interesting for you. By this time, we invited 28 speakers, and we have 6,000 online views with 750 unique registrations. as it's a time for a small disclaimer. I'm going to share here my personal opinion, my understanding of the responsibilities and the required skills for CTO. Let's start with some definitions. So, what is CTO stands for? Chief Technology Officer. Thank you so much, of course. And unlikely other positions in the company, like Chief Finance Officers, Chief Executive or Everything Officer, this position is not clearly defined. Chief Executive Officer leads the charge. Chief Financial Officer actually pays checks. Super easy. But for different companies, CTO might be in charge of vision, technology vision, and technology execution. For some companies, as a CTO only in charge for technology vision. That means that this person doesn't have any direct reports, and usually people report to Chief Informational Officer. CTO can report to CEO, the most common pattern. Also, they can report to COO, CFO, and so on. In my opinion, CTO is a business executive who is in charge of technical vision and strategy in order to fuel business and satisfy customers' needs, and of course, at the end of the day, to increase the revenue. And of course, there are a lot of different types of CTOs, depending on the company size, the company stage. And let's dive deep into that. We have a pre-startup stage of the company. The most exciting one is this early stage, and probably there are a couple of you guys who are already in this stage. Usually there are several folks, probably even two, the visionary and the technical guy or girl that know how to code. If you're a CTO in such startup, you are actually individual contributor. So you are driving, you're producing a code in order to keep up with visionary ideas. If you're lucky, you can get some pre-seed funding and even paid customers. Sometimes you're able even to hire somebody. But if you're in early stage company, less than 3 years probably, and if you find yourself at a position where nobody can challenge you technically, only you know how to maintain, build, support the system, and you are in a painful stress because you are a founder actually, and probably there is no too much salary, only options, you are in this stage right now. There are a lot of opportunities to stress, but from my perspective, I recommend everybody actually to try that, at least for some periods of time. If you're lucky enough and you succeed, right now you are a startup, funded startup, and you are a technology expert here. When venture with big money comes to the table, you feel excited, and right now it's a time to scale your team, and it's a time to deliver a product. Remember, you secure funds, you raise a pretty big round, and at this point, you need to keep up with the development, deliver feature, acquire customers, so you can raise the next round, or you can at least fund yourself in the future. In this point, startup CTO in this startup actually focuses on hiring and growing the team rapidly while they are producing a lot of features required by customers. Usually, product department is not solidified, so we are not sure what we're actually exactly building. Probably some pivots will come up as well. If you're lucky enough, at some point, you already build the product, and you will change your focus from delivery to actually planning, execution, and maintaining the system, because your customer expects some level of service from you. If you are lucky enough to get to the point that your business didn't die, you are right now an established company. And I'm talking about the period of time, about 10 years probably being on the market. At this point, the main problem of the platform and of the CTO is actually that platform starts to show their age. Some systems falling apart. It's not so easy to bug fix, not so easy to add new features. Security and compliance not in the best state. because nobody took real care of that. Usually, you can find yourself as a founder, and you have a title CTO, but actually, there is no technology under that that can fuel your business for the next 5 years, for example. At this point, somebody more experienced, more knowledgeable should step into CTO role. Usually, usually this person is hired outside. And the main, responsibility of this person is to transform the company. It's a transformational leader. In my opinion, it's the most exciting position to be at as a CTO. I'm not saying about founder, of course. Founder, the first stage, and the second would be much more interesting. But as a CTO professional, it's your time to build the processes, take care of the tech depths, re-innovate and modernize the platform while keep business running. Super challenging. And of course, you will meet a lot of questions like, hey, why do we need to do this? This worked for 10 years. Why we should change right now? Let's assume that you've done your work. And right now, you're in the next stage. You're an established company, and somebody already took care of CTO. For example, a CTO was in the company for 3 years, and this person really acted like CTO, taking care of the platform, compliance, security processes. You are stepping into somewhere else's shoes. Probably a previous CTO decided to go and seek for new opportunities. Probably previous CTO was a founder, but clever, experienced enough to run the company through this transformational stage. There is 2 options for you right now. The very first one is to keep business as usual. And the second one is to bring the fresh air, re-innovate, and probably seek for some additional revenue streams. Do you hear that? Additional revenue streams. Since CTO and the business executive, they're also in charge of business and money for sure. What good CTO brings to the company? Of course, good CTO brings an established, scalable, maintainable platform on which business or company can operate. Also, we are talking about operational excellence because our customers expect some level of the service. Good CTO brings to C-level an opportunity to explore new business opportunities by unleashing the true value of the platform. Compliance with security, compliance with the legal for sure, and also retaining, recruiting, hiring a highly efficient team and manage that team. There are a lot of people that right now in this room, I hope so, that would like to become a CTO one day. But what are the challenges? Some of ICs, individual contributors, or even managers, directors might just think, hey, it's just an additional skill set, an additional task to my today's work. I do not agree with this. I disagree for sure, because C-level CTO, the difference between engineer CTO is a level of mindset. As an engineers, we tend to dive deeply and focus. We are detail-oriented. We need to do our work well. As a C-level, you need to think larger and longer. And when I say larger, it's not about how I can scale the platform so that it can maintain right now much more users. It's more about thinking how the platform will live and evolve in terms of the current business and of the context of end users, customers. As a CTO, you need to think about a longer perspective. You need to think about 5 years time chunks because it's essential for business. Every architecture needs to be revisited in 4 or 7 years, so it needs to keep up with change of the market. There are a lot of changes in the world for sure, and we need to ensure that our business will be able to deliver, grow, and expand. CTO is a people leader. You will be working with a lot of your peers that are not technical, CFO, CPO, and so on. You need to motivate, hire your team and manage them efficiently. You also need to communicate a strategic vision that motivates your team. Of course, you need to work with the security teams, with the legal teams. You need to work also with vendors. You will receive and you'll request a lot of due diligence. And if your company is mature enough, you also will help to prepare CEO to board meetings. CTO is a people manager. Right now, you're not AC. You're not delivering code, if you're talking about later stages, of course, of the company. Your main goal is to hire people that can drive your business to the next level. It's not a group of individual contributors, it's a team. And according to United States labor market, just think about that. It's about 550 billion that are lost because of bad hire annually. Huge number. Bad hires can actually damage your business. So think wise, invest in the hiring process, recruit everywhere where you can. Don't stop recruiting, even if you don't have open recs. Just go and recruit best people. At some point, you will leverage that. I have on slides managing budget. And it's, of course, as CTO, you own the budget. You need to plan the cost of the platform for 5 years or even more. You're a part of long-term process planning, budget planning. But also, it's not only limited to the budget. Just think about that. Working with vendors, addressing all legal problems that might occur, data breaches, security problems, compliance with the legal, showing up in front of the strategic customers to have hard conversations for sure. So CTO is has a really wide responsibilities. Even the main here is tech. You need to develop your T as a business. So I really hope that right now you understand more about CTO position and you still feel excited about that. And I hope to see much more great CTOs that we have today in Ukraine. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Hi, thank you so much for great speech. My question is, where is the border of responsibility of CTO, where ends CTO and starts CEO, for example? Because you say that CTO have a vision for years and make a lot of things, but where are the border of his responsibility?
We're talking about Chief Technology Officer and Chief Product Officer. Is it correct? Yeah. All right. So it's an interesting question. Thank you for that. The reason it's interesting because you might see a lot of CTOs that are actually CPO, one combined another. I'm not a fan of that because usually we are not equal. Sometimes we prefer more technical side, sometimes we prefer more business side. In my opinion, if you have all this stuff combined in one person, technology or business will actually draw apart. So probably you know better cases, but it's my personal experience. So super easy. Technology. It's somebody who in charge of the how system operates, how it's easy to scale the platform, how easy it's to add new features, which architecture approach to choose in order to keep up with potential changes that might happen in the market. As CTO. CPO is more about the business, talking to customers, understanding where market is going to evolve, seeking for new opportunities, potentially for new markets as well. Usually, these people work really close together. In my case, for example, they're the best, in a way, best business friends. They show up everywhere together. But CPO decides more what to build. CTO brings to that vision technology or an architecture which we need to invest to fuel CPO decisions. That is not a clear border, but I try to do my best to explain. All right, we have more.
Yeah, hello. Thank you for your presentation, really amazing. I have a question. What is the maybe difference between CTO in product company and CTO in outsourcing company? Maybe difference in the challenges they have in their companies and their daily activities, maybe something like that. Thank you.
Ooh, it's tough, kinda, for me, because I mainly worked with product companies as product CTOs. So, in my opinion, product CTO thinks about larger chunk in terms of the current niche where they are, current business domain area. They also are interested in motivating their people to produce the solutions that can live longer and they can operate longer on. When we're talking about service companies, usually it's time-fixed projects. So even at least if it's 5 years, it's still kind of time-fixed. Usually these professionals think more about how to deliver in the budget and within the time. So they make a pressure more on actually the delivery rather than on quality. So I don't want to offend anybody. It's only my understanding, but just think about that. The product company gets money from the products that they sell to the customers, and potentially, if with the innovations, they can sell this product for years. When we're talking about service companies, CTO in the company gets money for actually the difference for margin, from difference for hours that they pay to their engineers and the hours that they actually take from the customers. So it's easier to have lower salaries and to have larger margins in order to keep up with the money and with the revenue streams. But here, I don't want to offend anybody, actually. So it's my opinion.
Your applause to Yana. Thank you very much for the impressive speech. And I hope you've been enjoying all the incredible speeches. Before we move on to the final part of the championship and the exciting results, we'll be taking a well-deserved 20-minute break. So this is the perfect time to network, grab a coffee, and recharge. Please be back in 20 minutes. See you all soon.
Dev Challenge, the biggest IT competition in Europe. It's a connection with really inspired people.
And to build something that is more than another IT project, to build the future.
Take a new perspective on the tasks that you solve on a daily basis.
You know, to feel this atmosphere.
Dev Challenge, it's time to challenge yourself.
And be more strong than you was yesterday.
You can meet different startups, different companies and talk to the people, and networking is definitely an important part of that.
Professional colleagues that we can communicate, laugh and discuss our plans for future.
And a great opportunity to spend time with professionals.
Dev Challenge is a good place to check your skills, to find out who the best is.
And for sure to hire some of them to my team. What is important is to grow and to become better.
talking, but not much coming out your mouth. Can't you tell that I want you? I say it. I would want myself a piece of me. I'll put you through hell just to know me, yeah. So sure of yourself, baby, don't get greedy. That shit want it well, and well. I see you eyeing me down, but you'll never know much past my name or how I'm running this room around, and yet I'm still half your age. Yeah, you looking at me like I'm some sweet escape. Obvious that you want me, but I said I would want myself a piece of me. I'll put you through hell just to know me, yeah. So sure of yourself, baby, don't get greedy. That shit want it well, and well. He said I'm just curious, is this for real or just an act? Can't tell if you love or hate me. Never met someone like that. Got me so crazy. Did you know you got that effect? I said, let me check. Yeah. I would want myself a piece of me. I'll put you through hell just to know me, yeah. So sure of yourself, baby, don't get greedy. That shit want it well, and well.
Welcome back. I hope you had a refreshing break. Today we heard valuable feedback from our judges, and our speakers enlightened us with the most interesting topics from the IT world. And now we are approaching the most awaited part of the whole Dev Challenge, results announcement. But prior to that, let me dive into the history of the competition. Dev Challenge is a development championship that has been considered the largest European IT competition since 2012. Over 20 seasons, the championship has brought together more than 25,000 participants in 10 nominations. What's even impressive is the championship rich history. Central and Eastern European IT professionals have participated, ranging from developers and designers to QA testers, DevOps specialists, and big data experts. This year, the championship started in August, and it has passed 3 stages: qualifying, online round, and final. Through these stages, a remarkable total of 2,515 participants have been registered for this competition, but only 112 passed to the final. The season is wouldn't be also possible without 40 judges. This season, most of the tasks the participants are working on are related to social IT solutions to help Ukraine in post-war reconstruction. The sources of the tasks are UNICEF, the Ministry of Veteran Affairs, the Center for Civil Liberties, Charity Fund Come Back Alive, and others. In this way, we not only help IT specialists with their growth, but also foster the development of social and government projects. And now it's my pleasure to invite Evgenia Bespalova, founder of Dev Challenge and head of ecosystem at UNIT.City, together with CTO at Dev Challenge and the judge of Backend nomination, Volodymyr Svredyuk. Please welcome.
Hi guys. First of all, you all are winners today. Why? Because you accepted the challenge. I know how it's hard when you're just sitting home, you're doing well, but who knows about this? You know, only your mom, only your girlfriend, I hope. So it's very important from time to time, go out of your home, accept the challenge, and it doesn't matter if you get a gold prize, silver prize, bronze prize, or just you're a finalist. It's more important that we get this challenge. We are Ukrainians. Who else know better than Ukrainians how to accept the challenge? How in situation when everything lost, turn it with everything is fine. Not so bad, at least. So I'm really glad that from year to year we have more and more participants, we have more and more good new talents, and we are really show impressive results. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Volodya. So I'm glad to see you here on the second day of the Challenge Final, which we traditionally hold as Friends Day. So welcome, friends. You know, half of our judges were finalists and were winners previously, as for example, Volodya. And yeah, congratulations with this. And now, yeah, our winners, participants, finalists, they judge, they experts, speakers, hackathons mentors. So we are building a big community, and will be very glad if you will join this community. So just tell us your story and join us, as I said, as speakers, mentors, experts, and help another newcomers to the challenge to win and to upgrade. Thank you.
Thank you for the inspiring words. And now the moment you've been waiting for is here. We are about to announce the results. Let's see who takes home the glory in this year's Dev Challenge. The first nomination is Product Design. And now I'm honored to invite to the stage the Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, Deputy Prime Minister for Integration of the Temporarily Occupied Territories of Ukraine, Irina Vereshchuk.
Шановні друзі, я тут, щоб засвідчити вам свою повагу та шану.
Dear friends, I am here today to express my respect and honor.
В ці хвилини дана зала вміщує найбільшу кількість топ-IT-мізків на квадратний метр в Україні. І я вам за це дякую. Це прекрасно.
At this moment, this room contains the highest concentration of IT brains in Ukraine.
Ми маємо стати хай-тек державою, щоб перемогти. А інновації мають стати нашим способом життя.
To win the war, we have to become a high-tech country, and innovations have to become the way of our life.
Dev Challenge є цим прекрасним прикладом, і я вам за це дуже дякую. Ви не тільки змагаєтесь, не тільки конкуруєте між собою, ви і вчитесь один в одного.
Dev Challenge is a perfect example for that. Here, IT professionals compete and, most importantly, learn from each other.
Ми переможемо лише асиметрично. Це тоді, коли ракета знищує військовий корабель, як це було вчора в Керчі.
We can win. We can win only asymmetrically, when the missile destroys an entire ship, as it was yesterday in Kerch.
Однак інновації у війні, так, під час війни, це не лише про боротьбу проти ворога,
for our people.
Зокрема, за наших ветеранів.
In particular for our veterans.
І я дуже вам дякую, бо знаю, що ви багато працювали і працюєте над цифровими рішеннями для ветеранської політики.
I thank everyone for your contribution because I know that you are working so much on IT products for veterans.
Ми працюємо у програмах під патронатом першої леді Олени Зеленської, які, власне, націлені на психологічну, соціальну підтримку і реабілітацію наших ветеранів.
Under the patronage of First Lady Olena Zelenska, we are implementing physiological rehabilitation programs for our veterans.
І наш основний напрямок зусиль – це, власне, зменшити бюрократію і паперову тяганину у відносинах держава-ветеран.
One of the most important tasks we have is to minimize bureaucracy and paperwork in the state-veteran relation.
І максимально зробити сервіси дружніми до наших ветеранів.
And to make veteran service as friendly as it can be.
І ви якраз ті світлі, мудрі, золоті голови та руки, хто ці сервіси зробить для нас, для нашої держави, для наших ветеранів.
And this is where digital solutions are needed. That is your products.
Як віце-прем'єр-міністр, який курує ветеранську політику в уряді, можу вас запевнити, ваші цифрові рішення, ваша допомога є абсолютно необхідною. Дякую вам за все, що ви робите, і разом до перемоги.
As the Deputy Prime Minister in charge of Veterans Policy, I'm sure that the state is very interested in a steady inflow of digital innovations into the veteran sphere. So I wish you good luck and thank you for all you're doing. And now I would like to invite to the stage our judges, Nick Page and Yuri Ternytsky, for presenting the awards to our deserving winners. So, the third place goes to Alice Shevchenko. He's joining us online today. So, Alice, are you with us? Let's go to the second place. And second place goes to Victoria Dobrodenchuk. Your applause, please. Victoria is here now. Thank you. Congratulations. And Alice, who is joining us online, we can say hi to him.
Hello?
Just a few seconds. Hi.
Hello, do you hear me?
We can hear you, but can't see you yet.
1 second. Do you see me?
Not yet, but you can say hi.
Hello, thank you very much for this opportunity to take part in this hackathon. It was so hectic and very engaging, so I'm very happy to be with us.
Thank you, Alice, for warm welcome. We congratulated you on the award. And now I want to announce the first place. The first place goes to Yevgen Yanishevsky. invite all the winners to the stage for taking a picture. Please join us. Your applause, please. Awesome. Thank you, Irina. Thank you, judges. We are going to the next nomination, which is testing. Thank you. The testing nomination will be after UI design nomination. And now I'm delighted to invite our partners, MacPo, who have graciously provided the main prize. Olga Kurilenko, Head of Brand Communications. Virat Tkachenko, Chief Technology of Innovation Officer.
We are MacPo. I'm Olga.
I'm Vera. Hi.
I'm Head of Brand and Communications, and at MacPo we support the professional communities. This is our top priority, design and engineering in particular. So I'm very proud to be here today supporting this great event. Congrats, Dev Challenge, on this amazing event. So today we're awarding UI design people. I believe that UI design is very crucial for the product development itself. Without UI design, it wouldn't be successful. So let's see those great people.
Yeah, let's see. I would also like to invite Mike Samovarov to award the winners. Thank you for joining us. The third place of UI design nomination goes to Alexey Bykov. Woo. Your applause, please. Smile for the picture. Thank you. And the second place of UI design nomination goes to Anna Bolshedrovska. Your big round of applause to Anna. Congratulations. And the main place of UI design nomination goes to Maxim Butyrin. Your applause. He's joining us
hello.
online, so
You see me?
let's just wait for a few seconds.
Okay.
Oh, hi.
Maxim, we're glad to welcome you.
Oh,
it's for you.
Oh, hello. Thank you. It was a big surprise for me to win. It was my first experience in participating into the Dev Challenge, and it was really amazing experience.
Yes.
I'm really glad to be a part of it.
The first and the successful one.
Нам треба UI дизайнера.
Thank you.
Thank you for the participation and congratulations. Let's take the final picture. Smile. Wow, cool. Thank you. And the next nomination is testing nomination, which is divided into two categories, light and hard. I'm thrilled to invite the project manager working with UNICEF initiatives, Tamara Lytsuk.
Hello everyone. I want to thank you for your involvement in testing the website Backend, which was created by UNICEF in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and Science in Ukraine, the State Emergency Service of Ukraine, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine. The site was created for teachers, parents, and children. According to official data, over 30% of Ukraine's territory is contaminated with landmines and will take a long time to conduct demanded operations. Explosive devices pose a serious threat to human life and health. Most often in the civilian population, including children, that suffers from unexploded mines and parts of explosive devices. That's why it's essential to teach children and adults the rules of mine safety, rules that can save lives. We appreciate your diligent work in testing the website, and we will definitely incorporate your feedback into our work. The website will become even more user-friendly and accessible for learning these very important now rules. Thank you for your valuable contribution to this important cause.
Thank you, Tamara. And welcome our judges, Alexey Astapov, Natalia Pysler, Roman Marinsky, and Roman Yakimchuk to the stage. Please join us. We are starting from the light category, and the third place of this nomination goes to Katerina Samoyluk. The second place of testing nomination goes to Nikita Kirichenko. Congratulations! And the first place is taken by Natalia Gordienko. Your applause! To the winners. Yes, we are moving to the hard category of testing nomination, and the third place goes to Igor Haidanyan. Second place is taken by Sergiy Bezukhly. Your big round of applause to Sergiy. Congratulations. And the first place is taken by Olesya Masluk. Congratulations. Continue with the Frontend nomination, which also has two categories, light and hard. I am pleased to invite our Frontend judges, Vadim Ilchenko, Alexey Kalyuzhny, Boris Mohyla, and Roman Savitsky to award the winners. So the third place of this nomination goes to Artem Holinka.
Hey guys.
He's joining us online, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we can hear you and can see you right now.
Hey.
Welcome.
Hey guys. It's a big honor to me. I win in this year from the nomination. So many thanks for the founders of this competition. So it's a great opportunity to compete with other people and test your skills. So yeah, again, many thanks.
Many thanks to you and congratulations.
Thank you.
And the second place of this nomination goes to Vitaly Bogdanets. Is he joining us online? Oh, he's actually offline. Congratulations and your big applause. The first place of the light category of Frontend nominations is taken by Maxim Skakun. Your big applause! Let's move to the hard category. The third place of hard category of Frontend nomination goes to Igor Boyko. Your applause and congratulations! The second place is taken by Pasha Kisil. And the first place of the hard category in the Frontend nomination goes to Andrei Yushchenko. Your applause! Thank you very much. And our final nomination is Backend. I'm glad to invite our partner, TemaBit Fozzy Group, who have graciously provided the main prize. Sergiy Medvedyev, Chief IT Architect, TemaBit Fozzy Group. You're welcome. Your applause.
Speech. Hello. Sorry. Okay, there were a lot of talks here, and we presented a lot of ideas. We were talking about future, about AI-driven future, etc. And we decided to make a small present, iPhone 15, latest one. I believe AI, a lot of AI is inside this box, and hope one day Ukraine will be part of this solution, this product. And guys, thank you for your time, for your efforts, for your stress. Thank you for your participation. Good luck, and let's make world a little bit better, and Ukraine as well.
Thank you for the great words. And now I would like to welcome our judges, Yana Mykhailenko, Alex Kovalchuk, and Volodya Sverduk to the stage for awarding the winners. The third place in the Backend nomination goes to Denis Metnuk. Your applause, please. Let's take a picture. Congratulations. The second place in this nomination goes to Dmitry Mysik. Your applause. To announce who is getting the first place. And the first place in the Backend nomination goes to Anton Bereshny. Your applause.
Oh, guys.
Will Anton join us online?
Hi, guys. It was incredible challenge, much harder than previous year. And it was very interesting professional adventure. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton. Congratulations. Thank you, dear judges. And I would like to invite the business analyst from the Comeback Alive Foundation, Alexander Kirikov, to make a final speech.
Hi guys. Happy to see you all here. And the thing that you are here is really exciting, you know. And yeah, it is a pleasure for me. It is a great honor just to greet you here on the behalf of our Comeback Alive organization. And first of all, I would like to say or express our gratefulness for members, men and women of Ukrainian army who actually protects us and allows us to conduct such an events. Secondly, sure, I want to thank the Dev Challenge team. They are doing really great job just for collecting all you guys online, offline, collecting some requirements, you know, I'm talking like a business analyst. And really, it's a great event. We at our foundation are working hard every day, really, on aiming to our foundation mission. Basically, it is like saving life and changing the world alongside with you. That is why I want to say thank you so much for all your efforts, all your expertise, all the things you've done during these days of challenge, and really for bringing up great, I should say, tremendous solutions that really impressed us, me, my colleagues, when we had the chance to take a look at the things you've shared with us. So yeah, it was really wow. It was unexpected, but you know, that brings us for understanding that you guys can change the world. You can affect all the changes, not only for Ukraine, for entire world, just to do the best of you. And all the things are in your hands. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexander, for inspiring and encouraging words.
Thank you.
Alexander, is true. That was really wow. We are grateful for everyone who joined the 20th anniversary season of Dev Challenge. We thank all the finalists, judges, participants, and guests who join us all over the world. It was the 20th anniversary season of largest IT competition in Europe, Dev Challenge, and you successfully accepted it. See you in the next seasons.
Racing, my body blazing.